years maybe, or I'm not actually sure. You know what I mean? Because I didn't follow. Again, you can't quote me on some of these things. Even some of the names sometimes it's been a little while. But yeah, you know.
Did anything like that happen when you were undercover? Like anyone pull a gun, anything like? And what do you do in that situation?
Well, thank God nobody ever pulled a gun, like I said, because I never would have a gun on me. Because when I worked a lot of these mob guys, and I worked some older guys from the French Connection day, and that's when I was getting $40,000 and letting it pass. I let it walk 3 times. That's how much the bosses loved this case, because we got involved with some good people. But when I started meeting these guys, and I'll mention, and this guy he did more time in Connecticut, and I think he just got out again. After we locked him up, he got out. He just likes to be in jail, I guess. I guess he likes the commissary, the Slim Jims and shit. But, I was meeting a guy by the name of Frankie Catino. He was an old fucking guy. And I would meet him at a place called La Maganette over in the city, which was on like 53rd and 2nd Avenue. And I tell you, that was a fun case because... And I'm kind of losing myself here because this case initially was handed to us through an informant from Jersey, actually, and I'll say he's dead now. Joey Eppolito was the informant, and I got to give props to my partners and the case agents on on all these cases I'm talking about. One is Eric Stangby, and the other one is Robert Brizzoleri, who are great agents, and we did a lot of things. But I was meeting this guy at this La Maganette, and like they would pat you down right away. So if you had a gun on you and shit, you know what I mean? It wasn't working. They would pat you down for wires. And I remember I used to bring a whole lot of cash into La Maganette. And I felt like a king because, I really didn't have that money, but I was taking it from, the government, So I remember the bartender, she was a good-looking girl, you know what I mean? And she liked when I come in because I'd say champagne, boom, boom, get this guy this, whatever. And I'd always give her a good tip. But that's when I first, started meeting, we called him Herbie, Frank Catino, in La Maganette. And that was a big case. There's something, he was involved with the French Connection Day. You remember the French Connection? Back in the 70s where that was the boys from Pleasantville Avenue. Okay, Elvis Presley sung about that, right? What was the name of that song? The Purple Gang. You know what I mean? So that was fun because I was meeting with 3 or 4 guys at that time, and that case took about a year, and it all came from that one informant who now, unfortunately, who ended up, to be honest with you, he was a really good guy. He just made some mistakes, and he was involved with O.J. Simpson, and back in the day, that's how popular this guy was. He was a very charismatic person, and his father was big in the mob too. His father was Joey, and Joey was a big marijuana coke guy. So he's the one. I had to actually meet his brother while Joey was in jail. I met his brother in Point Pleasant for like a weekend to go over our game plan because I had to remember like all these people because I was supposed to be like Joey's like guy, that took over. So I was spending a lot of time with them, and then they set me free, and for like a year and a half, we went up on a lot of wires. We locked up a lot of people again. Rob Brizzoleri and the group, he did an outstanding job. And, we actually got into the heroin was coming from China. And there's a big difference between heroin. There was Afghani heroin. There's all kind of crazy heroin, right? There's hillbilly heroin. But the shit from China, man, when he brought that shit to me, we always met at La Maganette. I'd say to him, hey, Herbie, I go, you got it, right? Because we'd be sitting having some pasta and shit, like on a little table outside. And I vividly remember, I could smell the heroin. That's how strong it was. And, I'd give him 40,000. He'd give me the fucking drink, and we'd go. And that was that. And we did that for a year. I made 3 or 4 buys in them. So we spent alone just the money, do the multiplication. 4 times 4, that's 160,000, right? But we ended up getting good players. Again, I can go into a lot of other names and stuff that maybe you all know or maybe you don't, but they were like, this guy was related to like captain from the Casey family, and a lot of high level people. So, yeah.
Crazy to pay those guys make millions of dollars.
Well, this guy, yeah, but you know what? The funny fucking thing about it is this guy, Herbie, he looked like Mr. fucking Purdue. He was skinny. He had no fucking hair. He hardly had a car. So, like, for instance, he had the juice enough to get the heroin, but these guys like that, like, and you'll see a lot of guys, like, they don't really have the money. They're not really the businessmen, so this guy would do whatever he can to, to make a dollar, and I don't know what his cut was, what he took off the end, but then again, I on another occasion, he loved the fact because I was fucking winding down. Then I bought him a warm-up suit. I gave him a case of fucking this. It all went together where it gave you like kind of credibility, So that was fun. That was one of my, I don't know if best on the covers were, but it was like just fun to do because I didn't have to go to the office. My one big boss, you could wear sweats, you could wear shorts. I'd make phone calls from around my house now. Because they knew I was from New Jersey, so that was cool.
Do you ever have to be careful of, like, not going to that area of the city when you were just off, so like they wouldn't recognize you, or that wasn't something you worried about?
I really wasn't worried about it, but one thing that happened, and it's a good thing that you brought this up, because, again, my mind is all over the place. The thing that happened in this case, okay, is when this thing fucking went down, we locked up about 20-something people, okay? And what happened was, the undercover's not allowed to be there for takedown, obviously, because they didn't want to see, like, I called myself Chuck, by the way, you know what I mean, when I was doing undercover. So what ended up happening, they did the takedown, and during the takedown, afterwards, I came into cell blocks, and they were trying to figure out what the fuck happened, and all of a sudden Herbie saw me, and they overheard, like, someone saying, "Hey, Myron, come here." Herbie goes like this: "I can't believe I got did by a fucking guy by the name of Myron." And I looked at Herbie because I had promised Herbie. I says, "Herbie, in a week or so, Stone's around. I got fucking tickets. We're going to go." I says, "Well, you know what, fucking Herbie? You ain't going to the fucking Stones concert either." Yeah, but those were the kind of guys, like, we locked up, like a lot of the older guys, they didn't really give a shit. They didn't mind doing time. You know what I mean? It was like, like they go play probably fucking dominoes or something. But then again, I just found out with Coutinho, I'm looking through some articles, he got out after doing 10 years with us. He went right fucking back in. Like a year later, he got caught in Connecticut. He had a lot of ties to the Cases in Connecticut. One of them was like this guy, Anthony Bawat. He's well known. He was one of the captains and stuff. They were involved with Jesus Gas Pipe. Gas Pipe. He wanted to blow up fucking MDC. He wanted to escape there. He was going to do it. You know what I mean? So you can't make this shit up. I mean, when you're on a wiretap, and a lot of times I would be listening, like the first wire we did, which I didn't even get into. I mean, the shit that these motherfuckers say on the phone. I mean, you just gotta laugh, because they're saying, shh, don't talk, you know what I mean? But yet they're fucking telling you everything. And I'm laughing. And back in the day, I mean, nowadays, the kids that, and I call them kids because they are, the agents have everything computerized. Back in the day, I'd be on 4 fucking phones with our group. I'd be in a chair that had the wheels like this. I'd have to, like, one phone would be going off, I'd wheel over there, right down the other one's going off, wheel over there, you'd be going nuts, because they just talk so much, and that's how you get them, And that's how we did get them, and it was fun. We locked up 75 fucking people on that first case with me and Eric Stangby. Again, I want to mention him because, he was my senior partner, and it was unbelievable. I mean, we started with a beeper. Back in the days, that's why it says we normally start with informants. Right. We backed out of a beeper. They were wearing beepers back then in Bay Ridge and Bensonhurst. We backed out of that, and we got 80 fucking guys, man. 80 fucking guys. It didn't stop. I wanted the case to end because it was like, as a matter of fact, I'll tell you a story. When we did the fucking takedown, this is just a little side note. I had one group, there was one guy that was doing some shit because the conspiracy in the federal system, you're still going to do the same amount of time. But this guy was dealing low level with this crew, but he fucking lived in, no shit. He lived under Avenue U in a fucking box, like a cardboard box. And we wrote the instructions onto all the people that when you go out and do the takedown, there's like 5 guys to go do them. We said, yeah, you're going to find this fucking guy Matt. He's going to be in this fucking cardboard box. And lo and behold, they come back to the lockups after he goes, Myron, you're fucking right. He was in the cardboard box. And, here he is involved with all these other guys. And,
So let me ask you this, because I get mad at my friends who, like, will text about buying weed from, like, No, they don't go to a dispensary, but they'll be like, "Hey, do you have trees tonight?" Or I'm looking for.
Yeah, you ain't got.
Cops know what that means. That's they're being stupid, right? Like if they text about
I mean, of course, but back in the day, but nowadays, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Nobody bothers with that shit. I mean, like even back in the day, like I'll be like for federally. See, we used to do a lot of the Italians on the marijuana, but we would do them on RICOs. If you all know what a RICO is, you know you have to have 2 predicate felons. So they might be doing gambling, they might be doing prostitution, they might have had a couple of murders, and we bang them. And that's how actually Giuliani started this shit, you know, with the RICO. So when you get them, they're doing like just about life, and you know basically they got to flip. But nobody's bothering with that shit. I mean, it would take 1,600 pounds back in the day for me to actually have anyone do a little bit of time. But when you put that together with other charges, then it you know makes a difference.
1,600 pounds.
Yeah, that was the federal guidelines. I think for like you might get like 5 years.
5 years.
But not even that because you probably get out, you know, early. But we didn't, like I said, we did that as we did RICOs. We put that on top of other charges, you know. So.
Dude, they scared us so much in school. I thought if I bought like $10 worth of weed, I was going to jail forever.
No,
I was scared.
Well, it's good that you were scared, to be honest, because you got to fear something in life.
Yeah,
so that's good. But you know, the weed stuff. I mean, even now, I mean, everything is different now too. So there's some jurisdictions like I went out to LA, and again that goes back to the Eppolito thing, and we were doing more buys from this. It turned out to be the OJ thing. But what ended up happening was sometimes they wouldn't even want to do the cases if you could get them 10 kilos of coke. That's how different districts work. Like Southern District and Eastern District were great. They would do whatever you wanted. But you go out to, like, when we talk about now, and I don't want to get into politics, but, like, California is the worst. You could do whatever the fuck you want over there, you know? So, I mean, you know, 10 kilos back in the day, they didn't even want it. But because it was a mob case and bosses called bosses, we went and me and Brizzle the guy I mentioned, we went and we bought off a couple of guys, and that was a funny story, too. You know, that all came back to the OJ thing, which there's been a lot of articles that, you know, when OJ was actually driving that fucking Bronco, he was talking to Cowens, and Al Cowens called our informant because he was out, saying, how does he get out of town? You know what I mean? So a lot was spoken while he was in that Bronco, OJ. And what ended up happening was the AD California didn't want to use our informant. They probably thought they had enough, and like maybe he would ruin the case. But as it turns out, you know what I mean. You saw what happened. But that particular case, see, and I'm going to say it because they called OJ the snowman, okay? Because my informant, not my informant, but our informant, DEA's informant, was giving him coke. He was a big cokehead, and then in return, see, Joey Eppolito had a guy. His name was Charlie Tuna. He would run his business. And Charlie Tuna. There's a lot of Charlie Tuna, so again, but this one I remember. But he would actually go and give OJ shit on the arm, but OJ would then hook these guys up with legit customers that would want kilos in Hollywood and stuff, you know. And that's how I believe that whole thing started with OJ, you know, killing Nicole, because she was good friends with Faye Resnick. And what ended up happening was this guy Charlie, I think, was there that day. And he was starting shit with OJ, getting him all revved up about, hey, your girl is with this Resnick girl. They're cokeheads. They were in Mexico with some guys doing coke. And, you know, I'm just saying maybe that put him in a rage. And you know what I mean? Because he wrote a book that if I did, you know what I mean, if I did kill her. Yeah, I believe he did. But, you know, I think this also had a play in it. You know, the drugs was a big play because, I mean, to kill somebody like that, I mean, I don't know about you. I mean, I couldn't hurt a fucking squirrel. I mean, if they were coming after my family, I'm going to take care of my family. But, I mean, that was a gruesome murder. So there had to be something behind that. You know what I mean? The way he was enraged. So
Well, I heard that 2 years after that murder, the restaurant, Mezzaluna, was closed down because of they're selling fucking keys out of it.
Yeah. I mean, I know the informant that I'm talking about, Joe, he owned 2 restaurants there, and that might have been the one. I'm telling you, and I think you're right.
That's what they were.
Well, he didn't even give a fuck about that. Like Joey, and I knew Joey, you know, well, and you know, from just meeting with him and stuff. But in regards to, he didn't even give a fuck about his restaurant. Like he had a million of these Hollywood people coming. He didn't even want to talk to him. Well, he was good like that, you know. It was nothing to him, and that's why he said, "Fuck it." He sold that restaurant, but you know what? He ended up getting into, you know, problems. He he had to face the music, right? Because he was looking to do 15 to 18 years. He fucking escaped out of jail. That's another thing. And he went back in, but then he decided to cooperate. And you know what? I like the guy, man. I mean, I spoke to him a lot. He was, you know, even though he did what he did, I mean, he was a nice guy. And I just talked to my partner the other day, and he loved him too. Not in a way like I love, but he was a good guy. But like he said before, he died at home. 2 years, we got him out earlier, and he called my partner, Prisoner Larry, right before he died, and we thanked him. You know, like, thank you so much for giving me, you know, the time I could spend with my family, because he had cancer, and he ended up dying, and that was more or less could have been the last person he spoke to. You know, so again, you know, these are people. Some of them are real cruel, some of them are real bad, and you know the difference. I mean, I'm sure we all know the difference, but some of them are not bad. You know, they just could get caught out there doing their thing. You know, so.
Hey. It's March. I got to talk about some stuff about DraftKings and some other people.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to take a 5-minute breather. We'll be back, Jack. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, everybody's looking for crazy rewards. And if that's what you're looking for, DraftKings Casino is the right place. They got huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. It's time to get on the action. What have you been doing all your life? Listen, I love DraftKings Casino. Why? Because I can do it anywhere. The dentist office, in the bathroom, on a trip. Bing, bang, boom, I got my favorite game. I'm entering into my pool. I'm entering into my points. And voila, the excitement is only getting started. Because right now, new players, you ready for this? $5. And I'm going to get you 500 casino spins on a featured game. Say that again, Joey? Yep. $5, new players. Don't come back. New players, $5. 500 casino spins on a featured game. Just sign up with code Joey Slots, JOEYSLOTS. Again, JOEYSLOTS. And wager a minimum of a fin, $5, 5 pesos, and receive 500 casino spins on a featured casino game. Who's better than you? Nobody. DraftKings. Only the most rewarding place to play. DraftKings Casino, where the crown is yours. You're walking in there with a cigar, thinking you're Johnny Bananas, and it's you in your living room. You know what I'm saying? That's where your mind goes. DraftKings Casino.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 and over. Physically present in Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia only. Void in Connecticut and Ontario. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casinos valid for a feature game only and expire in 168 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 4/27/25. 11:59 p.m. Eastern.
Hey, Uncle Joey here again. This episode is also brought to you by the best nicotine pouches out there. Nick, they use the best ingredients and give you the best experience. These pouches are made with natural coconut fibers that won't cut up your gums. They have a bunch of different flavors and different strengths, so you can mix and match. These two are my favorite right here. Strawberry watermelon is tremendous. And lemon twist, I can't see without my glasses. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, all their flavors are delicious. These two are my favorites. Check this out. Nick is launching a new 0 milligram option soon, helping you gradually reduce your nicotine usage at your own pace. Whether you're trying to kick chewing tobacco, traditional smoking products, or vape, Nick flavors just hit right. Listen, it's time to upgrade to Nick nicotine pouches, just like I did. Right now, church listeners, you're going to get 35% off when you order through our exclusive link at nykdpouches.com/church, CHURCH. And you can use this code up to 3 times. Who's better than Uncle Joey? Nobody. So don't wait. Get 35% off right now on nykdpouches.com/church and check out the new church bundle with some of Uncle Joey's favorite flavors. That's nykdpouches.com/church, nickpouches.com/church. Nick products are only for adults of legal age. So you're too young take a hike, go drink a cup of tea. And every order is age verified. Warning, this product contains nicotine, and nicotine is an addictive chemical, okay? Uncle Joey loves you. Thank you for supporting our show, and thank you guys at home for watching. All right, we're back, Jack. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, wherever the fuck you are. Anyway, my man's still here. Myron, I want to ask him some questions about the Mexicans. Before I ask you a question, Myron, just to be honest with you, I'm a big book guy. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing I hated more than reading a book and 6 years later finding out they turned the book into a movie, and you go there with your dick hard, and it's completely different from what you read. Yeah. All of a sudden there's a sister involved, and she's dating a midget basement. For sure. Like, where the fuck did I come from? There's only 2 books I stand behind. Silence of the Lambs is just the way it is on book, as it is in the movie. Great movie. And there's another one. God damn it, it was just Sleepers. Oh, Sleepers. I didn't see that. Silence of the Lambs was a good one. Sleepers. But those 2 books, everything else I watch, I know where I just came from. I know people's story, and next thing you know, they rewrite it. You're fucking pissed. But they throw you another $1 million to shut your fucking mouth, of course. Because if not, you're not going to have dick, okay? You told that little mistress you're going to be in Hawaii with fireworks and a pineapple. That's over. That's over. So now you go, okay, add my sister and make my mother black. It doesn't make a difference anymore. And that's it. And you don't know it until he goes on a show 15 years from now and says, did you know my mother was right? They wanted me to do that for the script, okay? So when I watch Narcos and shit, I know it's 50-60, 40-60, I'm sorry. It's 40% correct and 60% made up for your imagination. Right. You know, I understand. But when I first saw the first season of Narcos, was that with Pablo? Yeah, I dove into reading. Right. I didn't watch the other stupid shit on Netflix. There's 82 shows. Netflix should just be the Pablo station. Right. Look at it. Look at it. To be honest with you, I watched all 82. No, you didn't. Just horrible. Recently, yeah. Horrible. You can tell I live a fucking boring life. No, man, but no, don't get into that shit. Yeah. It's just the same fucking Puerto Ricans over and over. Yeah, it's hard to follow it too, man. Yeah, it's hard. You don't know. The best 2 that I recommend is I love Narcos until the last season. He shifted over to The Godfather of Harlem. Yeah, they shit the bed completely. They just got a bunch of fucking people jumping up and down. The last season is god awful. God awful. Because I'm telling you, as a fucking fan, you know what happens. It peters out, man. You know what I mean? After a while. I mean, it's peter out. The writers get deals somewhere else. Yeah. So now it's me, you, and him. We wrote it. Yeah. We wrote the first 9 episodes with Pablo, and we got fucking 9 more in the can. They're going to sign us up. All of a sudden, you got a weird bug up your ass. I want to be on, one of those fucking Lifetime shows. Really? Really? We just fucking wrote something tremendous. They're going to double my pay, and I got 3 kids in college. Yeah. But there goes the original Jackson 5. Now we bring in 2 other guys. They don't know what the fuck. They just came from a fucking soap opera. Yeah. We're here trying to write about people getting mugged and gangsters, Lee. Yes. It's going to be all right. You want to pop this healthy? I do. It's good. You want some sick? I got a little sniffle. I'm good. Okay. So I read about it. I really read about it. Yeah. And the other show I really like is Hota Hota. I never have you ever seen that show? What's it called? Hota Hota. No. But I saw, what's a good one? If you're talking about drugs, is, what I'm here for, to do drugs, but the Griselda was pretty good. And Griselda Blanc? Yeah, Griselda. You know what, that's actually DEA locked her up at the end. Wasn't that the guy from Miami? But that was also tremendous bullshit. First of all, the show was going to be real. You got to get somebody look like me to play Griselda. Well, you know what? That woman was ugly as dog shit. No shit, bro. You're right. I mean, in real life, that was terrible. I love that girl. I love her. Don't get me wrong. I love all her work. But that fucked up nose looked like a Pink Panther when he played the fucking Italian
He's
guy.
right though, man, because honestly,
No, come
in real
on.
life she was a door, but
No,
Sophia,
nobody did her.
Yeah.
You did her with a blindfold on, dog. You're crazy.
Well, she had strength, man. She was legit. I'm gonna be honest with you. They really were scared of her. She ran a fucking great organization. I mean, I wasn't around for those cases because the DEA again did that. I know they picked her up at the end, but they were looking at her. She was doing shit in the Bronx, but she was legit, man. She made a lot of money. I mean, that's when, like you said, when the times were roaring in the '80s with Miami. That's when everything came out with Miami Vice, the Go Fast boats. You know what I mean? They were sending shit in planes and just dropping them in the water. I mean, there was so much money to be made.
I've never. There's only 2 changes that I ever saw that were dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
Before I get into it,
Yeah, I'm gonna
there was
grab
2
it.
changes. You came from Woodbridge.
Woodbridge, yeah, not Woodbridge, yeah, Bridge.
So you saw changes when you were in high school, and especially if you went outside of Woodbridge. We were raised in this fucking neighborhood,
Right.
with your wife, so we saw. And all I remember is this: we were spending $4 a night. We would do a hit of acid, split a hit of acid, and get a 6-pack from Nick's or whatever.
Yeah.
Not Nick's, that's a pizza joint. The liquor store in the corner or something like that. And then, okay, everybody got cooler. We started eating Quaaludes. Now your night went from $4 to $4. And you drank two drinks that somebody served you, and you were good to go. Then out of nowhere, people started going, come here, come to the bathroom, try this Coke. And you're like, I'm over here at Joe Mary's on Bergen Line Avenue. What am I, this ain't no discotheque. And you started, and all of a sudden everybody was cool. Everybody was doing a package between 4 people. Nobody was ODing, nobody was jumping up and down. At 2 o'clock, people were like, good night, good night. There was no drama. I leave for Colorado, I come back. Oh my fucking God. People went from going home at 2 to going home the next day.
Yeah.
Like people started going out on Friday nights and not going home till Sunday afternoon at 5. Just in time for Mom's meatballs. Like nothing happened. What's up, Mom? Where you been? Oh, I gotta tell you what happened. I went to a concert. What happened? Back to your head, There was always something. And then it just went people going out on Mondays and staying out till Thursday. All those Tully Avenue hotels. My friends would rent 4 fucking rooms. Right? From one side to the other. The end was the jacuzzi room, and they would just go in there. From Monday, I'm like, the growth of this shit. Yeah. When I left here, you had to really look for cocaine. Yeah. You had to go into the city. You had to know a cousin in Union City. Something. When I came back, just on East 2nd Street, there was 3 coke dealers left. Yeah. All you had to do is walk up to Smith Avenue and say, hey, did I tell you I got some coke? If you can move it for me. You're like, dog, you went to Catholic school. I knew you as a kid. You never even had a beer. Now you're dealing coke. So the explosion.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a money game. All of it. It all goes. It's all cyclical. Look how long. I mean, Coke is making a comeback. You know what I mean? And
It never went away.
Yeah. No, I know.
It never went away.
No, I know. But I mean, everybody, come on. All these kids with the fentanyl and the heroin and stuff like that. I mean, that's been big, and that's why we're losing. All these kids to really the fentanyl. Which. It's a shame because some of these kids might try it one time and they're just unlucky, and you get a couple of little pieces of fentanyl on you, and if it's a bad type, you're gonna die. And we changed all our rules too with the fentanyl. Once I left and stuff, we had a whole new lab area where if you did think that you got something related to it, you would have to have special gloves on. It'd be a special room, with all kind of special filtration systems in there. So the game has changed, but it's horrible how. These young kids today in their 20s, even older people, are still doing this stuff. And it's sad. It really, it's truly sad because life is precious.
Myron, it's never fucking changed since 1980.
Yeah.
This has been a revolving door. I'm very fortunate to still be here.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed going over to Harlem. I enjoyed it. It was just somebody. It was who I was for a long time. But listen, when we were growing up, people were dying too.
Yeah.
You know, they were fucking going into the city, whatever. And now, I wouldn't try anything on the street. Not even. So when I left California, people already tell there was an issue at a marijuana dispensary where when you ate this guy's cookies, you didn't get high. You saw fucking Pluto. And for me to see Pluto, there's got to be something in that cookie.
Yeah, I like it. I need one of them cookies now.
No,
Put me to sleep.
I ate one of those cookies on a flight to Pittsburgh. My leg wouldn't stop twitching.
Oh.
I was sweating profusely in my leg. It was horrible. I didn't wake up to that.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying to you is that they put edible out of that in Mexico. Because you could. God bless New Jersey. A lot of people are gonna hate me for this. Because I came here and I was withdrawn on Xanax. And I thought I was going to walk into a doctor and go, hey, let me get a script, guys. Like,
yeah, they don't prescribe that shit.
We don't give you that shit at all here. And then I had the knee surgery. And it was tough to get pain pills. Like, tough. Like, come on, I just had to. Well, we don't know. We got to contact the doctor. And he's got to contact CVS. And CVS has to call DC and see if you're on the list. And you're like, what the fuck? And then somebody told me that next time get surgery and go to Staten Island because they just go nuts out there.
Yeah,
they don't give you 28 pills. They give you 90 still.
Yeah, we had a group that actually just dealt with that. It was called our diversion group. So if you get a script, that third copy, I believe it's pink, you know, that goes to the DEA, and they can tell by like, and not that I wasn't in this group, but you know, the pharmacists, the doctors, they were locking them up left and right because, and the pharmacists, they were getting like $500,000 cash out of their fucking apartments because that's how lucrative the business was with you know, like you said, whether it be oxys, whether it be Xanax or Dilaudid, you know, all these things. So it's a big business.
Well, I saw some documentaries that like people who got addicted to the pills would switch to heroin because it was cheaper. Which is crazy.
Sure. No, it is cheaper. It is.
That heroin is cheaper than pills.
Of course. When we did heroin.
I don't know if we did heroin. When did we do heroin?
Anyway, I got the date. I got the episode.
I can't see him doing heroin.
No, I didn't. That's one of the things. But
just his little marijuana joint.
Let me ask you this, because I just moved to New York in September, and I had one guy ask me for if I wanted party supplies, but other than that, that's it.
What, like paper plates and fucking?
Who knows? But like, how much on a daily basis? How much shit is going on in like plain sight in New York?
I mean, it doesn't even have to be New York. It's all over. I mean, like you said, I mean, even with the marijuana, the dispensaries, I mean, I got places in town where I live. You go in there and get what you want. The other stuff, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I haven't been in the big city since I've been retired. I hate to say that. I have no interest in going back to New York, man. And again, that's just me because, to be honest with you, man, I had enough of it. You know, I'm living in a small town now, and, you know, by the beach somewhere, and it gets boring, but, you know, some of these big cities and the people around them, whether they're doing drugs or something else, they're fucking nuts. People are nuts today. You know what I mean? Because you got to remember, there's different cultures out there, right? They come up from different countries. You see what's going on. I mean, actually, a guy I work with, who's now in the head of the DEA, and I'll mention his name, Derek Maltz. You know, he's on TV all the time, and he's out there in Colorado sending all these guys back to Venezuela and doing all these cases and stuff, you know. But, I mean, I'll be honest with you, those are some dangerous people. I mean, you know, we could laugh and be like, you know, but they'll do whatever, you know. They'll do whatever, these people, because they don't give a fuck, you know.
How we get no fucking Venezuela?
I don't know. I don't know how we got there. No, but because what they're doing is they had that one gang from Venezuela. Now, that was causing, you know, they want to start shipping these guys out, obviously. You know, we got a new guy in there, Trump, and he's saying, hey, you know, you got to be legal to be here. And they're going after the people that are causing, you know, havoc, that are dealing drugs, that have records and stuff. And they're easy to find, you know what I mean? Because they let you know where they're at. They're that dumb, you know?
So it's crazy how the Pablo Escobar stuff was good to me.
Yeah.
Like, I enjoyed it as entertainment. The one that really got to me was when the Mexicans started selling the weed, and then in the middle they go, "Fuck you! That let's put some cocaine.
I
in
know
this
that's.
thing.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And I went and read up on the people. And,
Yeah.
you know, I was blown the fuck away
Yeah.
with the money they were making. And
Yeah.
they got into they made a big mistake when they killed, rest in peace.
Yeah, our guy. Yeah.
Yeah, Kiki Camarena.
Cameron, that's a matter of fact. Recently, he was just in the news. You know,
Right.
because what ended up happening was they got one of his torturers, and again, the name escapes me.
Miguel, yeah. Miguel.
Yeah, and when they brought him to arraignments, you know, they put Kiki Camarini's cuffs on, which, you know, I mean, you know, okay, you know what I mean. You know, it's sad that we lost the agent. It was a while ago, but they got him. You know what I mean? And that was a great thing. And you know, at least gives the people, you know, from DEA anyway, say, hey, listen, we got you guys, and Kiki's cuffs are on you, and now you're going to do your time, probably rot in jail. You know, which is a good thing. But Mexico's a whole other story, man. You know, like Mexico, you know, like they kicked us out of the country for like a year or so because I mean it's so crooked. You know, even like when I used to back in the day go to Cancun, Acapulco, I did a lot of fucked up things when I went on vacation. You know what I mean? And he, you know, I mean Johnny's over here too, and he remembers a couple of stories we did. But I tell you, man, you go out there. I remember I went to this place. They said I was all fucked up, you know, drinking beers one night. I was with a guy by the name of Pete. Make a long story short, I go, I want to go to like a go-go joint, you know. I was sick of seeing all these young kids, whatever. I was only 24, and I get in a taxi, and they go Chili Willie's, you know what I mean? And I go, yeah, let's go to fucking Chili Willie's, you know. I get into a taxi with Pete. I'm bombed, man, and I'm drinking beer in the taxi, and I'm whipping beer bottles out of the fucking taxi. That was stupid, you know. We ended up getting a Chili Willie's. I go to the front door, and there's two fucking big Mexican guys, but they were carrying machine guns, and they had the fucking bandolier, you know, the bullets all over here. I looked at Pete, and, you know, I kind of sobered up a little bit, and I'm like, hey, you want to go in here? Fuck it, we're here. We go in. It was the nastiest fucking bar. They had girls up there. They were nastier than that girl Brazilda, you know what I mean? Brazilda face and shit. And I remember I had to take a shit so bad because I was drinking that Mexican beer. I went in the bathroom, and there was no like doors or anything. You know, just a fucking like, I don't know, something you shit in. I don't even know what you call it. I fucking just lowered my ass over the bowl. You know what I mean? I let it explode because I don't even think there was toilet paper there. I don't know what the fuck I did. But I know when I got out of that fucking bathroom, I says, Pete, it was what? It's time to fucking go. You know what I mean? And I look back at that day and I say to myself, man, that was stupid. Because normally what the cops would do, they see younger kids and whatnot, and it happened to some of my family members. They'll pull you over. They'll want whatever's in your pocket, $300, $400, $500. You know, getting back to it, they don't make no money. You know that, and that's why they don't make no money. That's why they were all crooked. You know, even during you know, with Pablo, he bought whatever he wanted to buy. He owned it. He was the man. He owned everything. You saw the movie. That's legit.
No, but I read up on that.
No, but some of the shit they showed in the movie was a little I'll even say something like with the DA guys, they weren't doing all that shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, you know, but they were there. They did a very good job.
I forget what the bottom line.
Yeah.
The bottom line was just unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was an amount that you could not even fathom coming into your home every fucking week. And the more money he made, the more he paid out. He took care. He did what the fuck he wanted to. I remember I was reading something online about him one night that I was just blown the fuck away.
Yeah.
Just the thing that he built his own prison.
Oh, that happened. Yeah.
That happened. I was just starting comedy in '91, and I remember it would come up on the news that they're building a prison for this fucking guy. And I remember even writing a joke, and I didn't even know who the fucking guy was. I wrote some stupid joke at mom. Yeah, he opened up a hotel. Yeah, and it was just really funny because Boulder, where I was, the county jail, we voted the number 2 county jail in the country. It was clean, sanitized. Yeah. They gave you cigarettes, had cable TV.
Wasn't like Chili Willie's.
No,
that was
not like Chili Willie's.
I still remember that.
But I'm going to tell you just a perspective. I'm a fucking nut, okay? And when you add an addiction to a nut, it's never good. And I'm going to be honest with you motherfuckers. You can either believe me or not. I worked El Paso as a comic. The first night they came to me and they said, we're going to Mexico. You come in. I was a little apprehensive. and I went to date her.
Yeah.
And that was enough for me.
Yeah.
And then I worked San Diego one time, and I went to that side of Mexico, and that was okay for about an hour at night. And I'm like, it's time to go.
Yeah.
And I like crazy shit. I'm all in. I'm all in for yells at night, people screaming, but that was just a little out there for Uncle Joey. And I just came home, and then I went back down there with my wife. We were dating a bunch of people when we went out to Mexico. We got lost, but it was the worst. It cost me like $2,000 to get out of there in fucking nickels. That's all I had. Every Mexican had nickels. I was giving out nickels like fucking, I swear to God, I just had an ashtray and the center thing. And it was all like nickels and dimes because you don't work on the fucking.
And the kids would shake you down too.
Yeah, the kids shake you
come
down.
out and they go chicken.
Yep,
And they start like going like this, like they're trying to get you fucking well. So you got to, honestly, you got to like backhand them, man.
Steroids.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
whatever you want to
I'm like, even if I buy this, I'm gonna get over. That's my biggest thing. I'm not a fucking smuggler. I'm not gonna smuggle. I don't mind. You give me an ounce of weed, I'll take it to Jersey. That's for me. I'd rather get caught than have to be out in the street in some fucking stupid weed store. Let them roll the turbines. Go fuck yourself. It's 22%. It smells like my dog shit. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry.
That's all right, man. No,
But anyway.
yeah, so you're talking about Mexico, you're talking about Pablo, right?
I'm talking more about Mexico, how they did it,
Yeah.
how they, went to the Colombians and said, we're going to be your transport.
Yeah.
They pretty much locked them out. It was, it was fucking brilliant. Like, when you look at these guys, it's a shame they became criminals.
Well, because they were in the right business to make the money, but sooner or later they were going to get caught. If they spent that energy on a fucking legit business, even to keep it to weed, that wouldn't have been a problem. But getting back to Mexico again, I was a senior partner too, and I'm going to bring up another name because, he deserves it. Pete Gulowitz. He's the one that indicted El Chapo. So I was his senior partner. If you see when he comes off the plane, you'll see the two DEA guys. The taller one with the glasses is Pete. And he worked hard on that case, and that was a rough case because a lot of people had him indicted, but they always bring these people to the big house. So the big house would be New York. So they gave they arraigned him in New York. You know what I mean? So, but that was another guy. You know what I mean? El Chapo, and
That dude was like a fucking magician.
Yeah.
Was he not? He was getting out of prison with a suit on.
Yeah.
Like, what happened to El Chapo? We don't saw it.
Yeah, they were
building
building tunnels. He was the tunnel guy.
Tunnels, and I did read something. This motherfucker was buying up land, and digging tunnels underneath from the U.S. side to the Mexico side.
Well, he thought about that. That was unbelievable because
all this shit is like,
yeah.
You're like, all right, I'll eat a bunch of pellets and shove the rest up my ass. Meanwhile, this guy's buying a house from the other house, and it's like they dug underneath. They put roller skates on it with a fucking thing that you push. That's how it went on, and they push it.
Yeah.
And it gets to the other side, and that's it. Who thinks it was simplicity?
But how the fuck could you even think about a tunnel and like the way they built it, even to get him out without? I mean, the thing about it is they were making a lot of noise for the prison, so they were all paid off.
Right.
I mean, you can't tell me that they ain't hearing like fucking people blowing, or even picking shit out. I mean,
Come on.
So yeah, but getting back to what you're saying, like how the Mexicans with the Colombians. I mean, back in the day when I first came on in the 80s and stuff, it was the Colombians, especially in New York, you know what I mean? And that's where I was doing my stuff. But the Mexicans are a lot more powerful in regards to, I got to say, they got bigger conons, they got bigger balls, you know what I mean? So if you fucked up with the Mexicans, honestly, they were really, they tortured people. Like, they were ruthless, you know what I mean? You had some Colombians like that, but a lot of times the Colombians would be little, no disrespect, little motherfuckers, you know what I mean? And they got their business suits on. You know what we used to do to the Colombians back in the day? When I first came on, we would go to Queens, right? And they would have all payphones, and we would know what payphones they used because they had so much fucking money from Pablo and stuff, you know what I mean? And we would know they would be carrying a suitcase, so we would just randomly go up there, take their fucking suitcase, and what's in that suitcase? $2-3 million, and you know what? Once you took it for them, they just fucking ran. We let them go. You know what I mean? We just take the money, and again, it goes into a big kitty for the Department of Justice and stuff. And I never did anything fucked up. Like there are guys that did do that, but you know what I mean. And they got a lot of them got caught. But there was a lot of money, and the problem with drugs is, what do I do with this money? Where does it go? Because you guys like us and shit, I don't know what people make here or whatever, but you got a couple of dollars, you feel good about yourself. Imagine having enough money to fill up fucking 3 of these fucking places here. What are you going to do? What do you do with the money? You don't even know where to put it. That's why, even now, they have the Chinese laundering the money. And what the Chinese do, and you can see that they've been buying up a lot of real estate. You know what I mean? And it's crazy, because think about us going to China and getting real estate and buying a house or something. It ain't happening. You ain't coming to China, but yet politically here, we let everybody come here unvetted. They come in and they're buying places with this illegal money, and
they grow weed.
Yeah,
They buy it.
Yeah, they buy. Well, yeah, they grow by military.
Grow fucking weed. Right? Yeah. They got it down to science.
Yeah.
And nobody gives a fuck. So I'm not smoking weed no more. So you know me, I'm good. Yeah. I'm not smoking that commie weed. I like Chinese people. I'm cool, but
I like the lunch specials.
It's really like that dude that they just brought back. He was one of the leaders. That's the dude that was in charge of it. It's so weird looking back at it. And this is 30 years ago. This is like, you look at this shit, you go, wow. I kind of remember this. Like, I remember the bust in Stockton. That big bust in Stockton. I kind of remember that.
Yeah.
And me going, somebody's getting backhanded right now. Yeah. That's a lot of fucking coke in that warehouse.
Oh, yeah. You got to think about it like this, though. And I'll tell you, you got to remember all these products, whether it be heroin, coke, marijuana, they're all plants. So we had groups back in the day, back in the 80s, called them Operation Snowcap. In fact, we lost some guys come out of a helicopter and they're plants. So what happens when you fucking exterminate them? They just grow more. You know what I mean? So it's like you really can never stop it, because you remember, they're plants, right? You just got to find a location and whether it be coke, right? Coke paste, and, every way they make it, and the heroin. There's all kind of heroin, but it's always going to be there. Like you said, like you were saying about, it's going on, it went on back then too. Yeah, it did, because they're plants. They're always going to be available, and you're going to always make money. You're always going to make money on them, right? You're going to. Because we have a society that really wants this stuff, like even alcohol, you know what I mean? I know I'm getting off tangent here a little bit, but it's the same thing. People get addicted as addictions, and sometimes it's hard to break,
I remember Lee asked a question before, and I'm going to answer it. Lee, one of the main reasons I left this area was because, how far are you from New York City right now?
10, 15 minutes?
It was 15 minutes away from any drug one would buy. At whatever time you want to buy it. If you want something at 3 in the morning, you'll find it in New York City. You have to walk a few blocks. You might get mugged, but you'll find it. That's crazy. That's the scary thing to me. That in those days, from keep going over there, you bump into more and more people. Who are you going to bump into in New York City at 3:30 in the morning? You're going to bump into a stockbroker or a fucking army recruiter. Yeah. You're bumping into people trying to fucking scam people. Yeah. And now you're bumping into people like, hey, dog, if you ever need a 45 or any guns, I got you. I'm 19 years old, and you're asking me if I want to buy a fucking gun. Now that sits in the back of your mind. If I ever get into a beef, I'll be over the bridge getting a gun for $1.25, whatever the fuck, whatever the fuck it is. That's how accessible that city was. I can't imagine what it is today. I gotta guarantee that there's not as many spots as there were when I was growing up, but there's gotta be something happening in Washington Heights.
Oh yeah,
and there's gotta be something happening in the Bronx and all the other things. It's not as visible, right? But the scary thing is downtown. Because downtown, I know a guy named Tony. That's what he tells me his name is. He tells me to send me his driver's license as long as that's his address. From now on, I'm your delivery guy. Call me 24 hours a day. Something will be there in a half hour. I will send you a menu every day. you will not look at the prices. You're already paying $4,000 a month for rent.
Right.
You're already going dead anyway. You might as well pay the prices. He's going to have an 8-ball and cook for you there. In 1 hour, the best shit you ever bought. That's the business. And that's what I assume.
Right.
That's what I'm assuming. That there's got to be an app now. I ain't that fucking, I'm an old man, but I'm just thinking about some Chinese kids in the city that love to jump up and down with the lights and all that stuff. Right. He's got an app somewhere that you buzz. This guy gets buzzed here, and every day the code changes. That's how slick these kids are today. Don't tell me.
The kids are so slick. I mean,
Slick.
Even it still goes on in the Heights. I remember when we first started doing the Heights, and it's just easy. We had a lot of informants. To make a long story short, man, they had the kids working on the corners with walkie-talkies. So as soon as you came on the fucking block, they know you're 5-0. They know you're whatever. So what we used to do was get like maybe a Spanish guy. I'd be in the back of the van. He'd park the fucking van. The van might say like painting or plumber or whatever. And I'd sit in the back of the van like they wouldn't think anyone's in there. So then you could take pictures and see what's what. But the kids, even at the ages of 11, 10, you know what I mean? And then the stash houses. I mean, we had special guys that used to basically know how to infiltrate any kind of special trap they might have. It was just like really fucked up, really crazy traps that these guys think of. I mean, unbelievable. You know what I mean?
I was there in the summer of '93 when there were kids on the roof and a cop was walking, uniform cop, and they dropped the bucket of spackle.
Oh, yeah.
I'll never forget that, and I remember it was tight. But it's interesting. In 1993, I used to go to a place, I mean, it was like stealing. You just had to get over the bridge. And you made a left, and you went right in that place, and you double parked your car. Cops would even go right past you. Beep, beep. And you parked, somebody went into the building, you rang the bell, 503, come on up. You went on up there, and there was a guy sitting there with a gun and a bag of blow. 2 bags of blow. One was for 25 a gram, and one was for 35 a gram. He gave you a taste of it, you had to make your choice. If you busted it, that's all they had. It was 2 ounces, maybe a little less at that point. They're going to be out of it now, these guys. They already had it down to a science. Now I see these weed stores that open up in LA, and they put their whole inventory on the wall. When the feds show up, they lose everything. I'm like, those Colombians had a point. They only showed you what you needed to see. You need that? Give me 10 minutes. And they make a call, and it's around the corner, hidden in somebody's fucking Corvette, or whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, it's difficult, even for us it was, in regards to trying to find, where the stuff is. First off, everyone's a bullshitter. I mean, like, I got the money. Nobody had the fucking money. You want to see the dope first, you know what I mean? Whether it be coke, heroin, or whatever. And that's the games we would play. I mean, sometimes we would flash them. I actually was giving the guy 40,000, but sometimes we would have, like, flash rolls. But really, like, cops only flash money. And that's what I would say. Like, for instance, a cop will show you money, like, to think he's legit. But the real fucking bad guys, if you're good, you get the shit on the arm. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, like, if you got juice, you're going to give me 10 kilos, you're going to trust me. So, I mean.
Just like that.
Well, yeah, because it's not a lot of people trust anybody. I mean, either today or back in the day. I mean, I'm talking 10, 15, 20 years ago. Yeah, it was hard to do these cases. You really had to have good people that infiltrated these organizations, whether it be the Heights, whether it be the mob guys, whether it be the Mexicans. I mean, you had to have, like, serious guys that had connections, you know what I mean? You just can't go in there and, do whatever the fuck you want to do. No, it doesn't work like that. People don't trust people, but, money does talk. What's the old saying? Money talks, bullshit walks. And, like I said, when I was giving them 40 G's and it went the first time, they were like, fuck, this guy ain't no cop. And I did it 2 more times, 3 more times, right? He ain't no cop. Until the end, when motherfucker's a cop. None of that.
You don't even figure it out until then. You have the handcuffs on. And once they put you in that cell, not on the drive, but in that cell to wait for your arraignment or whatever the fuck you're waiting on, you just sit there like, God damn it, I never figured out that motherfucker. You start thinking about shit. Where you fucked up. Where you were too high. You were too caught up in what you were doing. You got caught up in walking into the club and there's VIP. You just get caught up.
man.
And you make dumb mistakes. I did it. That's all that happens.
Everybody does. I mean, even the best guys. I mean, we, like I said, in regards to what we locked up, people, you wait. It's like a stock. You know, you're waiting on this fucker. You know, you buy whatever. You buy, I don't know, Tesla and shit. You want to buy low, so you got to hold it. You got to wait. You got to have patience. And people fuck up. You know, when you're on wire, sometimes you might have to be on a wire 3, 4, 5 months before they make one fuck up. That one fuck up will put you on another line, and then you're going, bro. And then you got to talk it. And then all of a sudden, boom, you're like, holy fuck, you're meeting with the attorneys, you know what I mean? We got this and that. We're going to lock up this. We're going to seize this. We're going to take that. The game is patience, too. But everybody makes mistakes, so, I mean, in the end, like you said, people can go 15, 20 years, they got all the money in the world, and then that one day comes and you're fucked. You know, it's like these guys now you're talking about. I mean, I know El Chapo, you know what I mean? He's done. You know what I mean? His family's done. I think his son tried to come to the business. He's done now. His wife, you know, it's new people come on the block.
Just
you know, change. Yeah, I mean, it's all done. You're done. You know what I mean? You had your ride. Yeah, it's over.
Didn't El Chapo get caught because he did an interview for a movie about him? It was like something.
He got caught because. You know, there was a movie like that, but that was
Sean Penn.
But that's whenever I watch a movie like that or hear about someone like that, to think about someone building a case against you and you have no idea for months or years, and they're building a case and you just are going about your life as normal.
They weren't even building a case. They already had him by the balls. They were just finding that.
Well, just anybody,
They were just finding that motherfucker.
You know what it was? Not only if it was finding, but the other thing too is do they want to give him up? Do they want to extradite him? That's the whole game. You know, when we were playing, when we were trying to play nice with the Mexican government and stuff like that, they'll give you some things, but then they won't give you everything. You know, like I said, it all goes back to money. Life always goes back to money. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. These guys are making so much money off these guys. Even if you're a top politician in Mexico, you get this guy's giving you $5-6 million. You don't listen to some American DEA guy or some, you know what I mean? I don't know, cabinet member.
Luis Ayala never heard of it. No, sorry. Anybody Luis Ayala? No. Try Colombia. Yeah, they don't know nothing down there. That's why, listen, I don't have a passport. And there's times when I'm still in LA, people go, I get you in. And I'm like, not in a million. I ain't going in there with document. There's no fucking way. They do some nasty shit down there. Yeah, it's cute. You get great burritos. I'm okay. I'm good. I just didn't trust it. Yeah. There was something about Mexico. And though I was a coke fiend, I didn't trust it. There's no reason to go to Mexico and get coke. Snort it, they're going to rob you. And what, are you going to bring it over that fucking bridge? Now you're going to do 55 years. Just to go, leave me alone. I can find it in San Diego.
How frustrating is it from your point of the agents, the politics of it? Someone gets away because of a mistake or just the politics of it. Does it piss you guys off?
The politics plays a big part. It actually played a bigger part with the, and I have a lot of friends that are first grade detectives that are retired now, but the reason why they retired, probably when I retired, is, when you start locking up people and, for instance, they got 2 guns on them and then the ADA's letting them out fucking a week later. That's what hurts. You know what I mean? Because then, drugs is one thing and that kills people, but, guns, I mean, come on, man, you know what I mean? And you see what happens when these kids or guys go back on the street. They're doing harm. And you know what? It frustrates you, you know what I mean? Because you could take the fact that, okay, I was going after this drug deal, I didn't get him. There's a lot of guys I didn't get, our group didn't get, but, eventually somebody will get them. But a lot of times they weren't really hurting anybody. There's certain ethnicities, I hate to say, but that really will hurt you. Like the Mexicans will hurt you. You know what I mean? The Jamaicans will hurt you. You know what I mean? Italian guys, they that's business to them. These guys like Sammy the Bull, and I know he's out doing his shows now, and a lot of these guys, they were doing things to their own people. You know what I mean? And you got to expect that in the game of life. If you're going to hurt somebody that's a drug dealer, well, they're going to hurt you back. Is it fair? I don't know. I guess it is. But when you start hurting innocent people and kids, and bullets start flying, that's when you got to draw the line. And like what happened with our agent, Hatcher. This guy, he was out of control, right? And he ended up killing him over what? Because he was high and he just wanted to do what he wanted to do. I mean, Faraci. And again, me and my partner Eric Stanky, we locked up the guys that. Mario Gallo was one of them on that first case I did, and Jimmy Gallione. Now, these guys were the ones responsible for killing Gus Faraci. They killed him, because of this. And when we locked him up on the drug charges, we also superseded with the murder on Faraci. So they did the time. They're out. I think who knows where they are now. But that's the only guy. I mean, I'll say Mario Gallo was one of the guys, and it's just a name you guys don't know. But when we locked all these motherfuckers up, he was the only guy that basically said to me, "Go fuck myself." He's not cooperating. You know what I mean? And I shook his hand. And I said, like, wow, all right, I'll leave you the fuck alone. You know what I mean? And he did his time. The other guys, no, they right away. I mean, I was with one guy, and these guys are all over. They're all in these podcasts and these YouTube shows that they got these guys hosting these shows, and they're talking about mob related things and whatnot. And I know it's sexy and people like that, but the reality of it is, man, it's a dangerous game, and it's a shame that, like I said, when you're a young kid and you get involved in this shit, and you're going to do 20, 25 years for what? You know what I mean? I don't know. Jail's fucking horrible. I started as a corrections officer. It's horrible to be in jail. You know what I mean? It sucks.
Nothing like a man kicking your bed.
Yeah.
Telling you to
Get the fuck up, right?
You know what that
We're ready to
means?
eat. Let's go, motherfucker.
Boy, they would kick the fucking bed until you get the fuck up and put the light on. And your first instinct is to grab him by the neck.
Yeah.
You just got to sit there and go, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
So that was enough for me. But I got to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I don't know where I would end up. I love smoking pot, and then the 80s came along, and I'm not going to blame that on my mom. I have a mind that I can make my own decisions. But I saw what drugs did. I saw people getting high and taking hits of mescal and drinking. They were fine. And then there were the idiots. There was always a patch in Bergen that did heroin, whatever. But all of a sudden, I saw this community just get taken by cocaine. And that's, never mind West New York, Union City. That was that's where they were cleaning it down there. It was just, so it's kind of weird how for fucking 15 years, right? 84? When was Reagan?
Yeah, early 80s. Yeah.
His wife went on, and we're going to fight the war on drugs.
Yeah.
What the fuck has happened?
It happens quick, man. It gets out of control. Listen, again, it goes back to money. There's so much money to be made because there's a lot of people that are depressed out there. There's a lot of people that, are just in a bad way. And, for whatever reason, that might be their cup of tea, whether it's drinking, whether it's this. And, you're always gonna find it's never gonna end. Well, somebody's got to be there. And I'll say like the DEA, NYPD, all other cops, someone's got to be there to make them know that there are repercussions and there is a risk, So you always got, you know what I mean? You just can't let, like a lot of people will legalize this, legalize that. I understand the marijuana. I don't have a problem with that at all.
I do at some stages.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that some other time.
Yeah.
What are we going to say?
No, I was actually going to ask about that, because there are some cities that have completely decriminalized it.
That's it. It's illegal. Who's got the nerve to take a joint off you when you're in a fucking rental car and bring in? Unless you act like an asshole or have alcohol in your breath. Then anybody would bring in. But forget about the marijuana. Look at all the synthetic stuff they're bringing in. You got meth that's making a comeback. Meth is never gone.
Yeah.
And my buddies, whatever,
Yeah, I got
in
you.
LA, and he told me, he goes, during the pandemic, I sold a bunch of coke. When the pandemic ended, it became meth.
Yeah.
It was meth by the fucking ton. I couldn't even get it in on time.
Because they're making meth also in the Midwest with a lot of things you can buy at the pharmacy. It's like hillbilly shit. You know what I mean? They actually, there's been so many times where they're cooking, and they're blowing themselves up. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, someone opens the door, and the whole meth lab explodes. I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts, man.
It's just, you sit here now, 30 years, And listen, I was a consumer. You know, I remember when Nancy Reagan said that, I'm like, man, you better start snorting coke.
Yeah.
Because to the war on drugs, you better get as much as you can.
Yeah.
Because it's real cocksucker and it never ended.
Yeah.
And then, listen, I really love smoking marijuana. I can't do it anymore.
God bless you.
I enjoyed it as a kid. Thinking back, it just took away that piece of anxiety.
Yeah.
Just did something.
Yeah, it made you feel, you turn the button a little
I
bit.
didn't like drinking. I loved that feeling. I could fall asleep at night.
Yeah.
Did I think? I always thought buying marijuana is getting your check on Friday.
Yeah, getting a bag.
Stopping at the liquor store. And then stopping at Benny Blanco's house and getting an eighth or $90.
Did you say Benny Blanco?
Yeah.
From the Bronx?
Yeah, and putting it in your trunk.
That was a good movie.
And driving home in fear. Like that you might get pulled over. That was the whole thing. Now we walk into a store. Hi, how are you? Let me see your ID. Oh my God. Returning customer or first time?
You know what? It's fucking funny you say that because I'm not going to get into names again, but for someone's 60th birthday party, first time I ever went in as a DEA guy, I went to a town down the shore. It's a big place. And long story short, again, I go there. I'm a little nervous. I mean, but it's like fucking legit. You can go in there. So, no, what does Myron do? He pulls in the parking lot. I'm surveilling the place. Is this legit? Who's going in there? You know what I mean? Okay. I walk in there. It's like you're at Best Buy. I go to the fucking counter. How are you? Where's your license? No problem. Now go through these other two doors. I go through these other two doors. Now I'm in a fucking assembly line. It's like the DMV. You know what I mean? And I'm behind a whole bunch of people. Then all of a sudden, guy goes like this. Over here. I go, okay. I go, I'm looking to buy some, marijuana for a birthday present. You know what I mean? He goes, well, and I go, I don't know what the fuck you got. He what do you think? I don't want to kill the guy and shit. He goes, well, I would try this. And I go, this is the first time I've done this. I said, I used to be a fucking DEA guy. And he goes, DEA, you get 25% off. I go, holy shit. I said, nice, But I know it was like, to be honest with you, it was fucking funny because, like, wow, you know what I mean? What's that? Who would have thought? And the guy was like, it was almost like, hey, park closed, you know what I mean? Like Wally World. Remember that fucking show? That one thing, it was like the guy looked just like that. I was laughing. I went home, told my wife, I said, I took care of him. I got 25% off. Yeah.
Landopia has a drive-in. You go on and order it, and you go to the window, and you don't have to get out of your fucking car.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, and then you have to pay cash. That's the only thing they have. They don't have the ATM set up.
Yeah, cash is king.
At 7 a.m.
Yeah.
For you fucking early birds.
Wow.
And for you insomniacs, they close at 11 and then midnight or 1 on the weekends. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, shit. That's big business.
That means 10:30, I got nothing to do. All of a sudden, 11 o'clock, The Exorcist coming on. Fuck it, I'll take a run to shop, right? Drive to a weed store. Ba, ba, da, ba.
Yeah, I still can't watch that show. That scares the shit out of me. Yeah, that's one. Yeah,
like that. You see a guy get hit in the head with a golf club and there's blood on the fucking
Yeah, no, that don't bother me, but I'm telling you what.
That don't bother me.
No, The Exorcist one, that bothers me. As a kid, I
consider writing a book. I know you're retired now, and you can't sleep.
That's the fucking problem. Did you ever think about writing a book?
You need to start writing a book.
Yeah, there's a
You're
lot of
an interesting guy. Get yourself a little security job where you just watch a guy walk from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Listen, you're on your own. They start shooting out of the left.
Well, I got to say one thing. Besides the DEA, you know what I mean? And I know Johnny, I brought a friend over here, Johnny. He could tell you stories, man. We had the best times in our lives. We always had shore houses. He still had them up until last year. He just purchased the house. But, I mean, the shit we seen and the shit we did is, I mean, I could write a book about that. Never mind the fucking DEA. Now, he could tell you stories about fucking vacations we went on that, I mean.
What did you specialize in the DEA? Like
I mean, I was first, we were mob guys. We worked the mob, and I did that for years. And then, just then like a knock around kind of group where we did whatever, which turned out to be some mob guys too. And then I ran at the end of my career, my last 5 years, I ran asset forfeiture. I had like 35 people under me, but like for instance, when we do all these cases, long story short, if we take airplanes, we take your money, we take fucking everything, we take horses, we take cars, I can go on, gold bars, coins, stocks, and they all come through me, through my group. and we were going to Brinks once a week. And I kid you not, in the 5 years I was doing that, every week it'd be at least $2 million in cash that we would have to take to the Brinks. And we'd have to have 2 or 3 guys go, so nobody could, you never know, somebody might get a tip on us and, try to fucking steal the money. You know what I mean? So I ran asset forfeiture, which was it was a slow down pace, but it got to be too crazy. And I said, let me pull up the stakes because of the things I said with the way just law enforcement was going. And I've been there over 30 years. So I think that was enough blood to give, you know what I mean? I could have done more, but, I was tired. Now I'm fucking tired and I can't sleep. So I might have to take you up on one of these fucking Slim Jim things you got.
You'll be up for 2 days, happy as a pig in shit.
I tell you what, as long as somebody wakes me up every 4 hours to eat, you know what I mean? I gotta fucking eat.
Nah, we got one of those piss tubes that you take home and just push onto the mattress.
I like the piss tubes. I asked Johnny before. I had to take a squirt before. He had a can. Back in the day when we were on surveillance, man, we couldn't get out and piss, so we'd piss in, like bottles. I didn't piss in front of your place here if there's any cameras, but I did across the street. Right, dude?
Myron, whenever you decide to write a book, let me know.
All right.
I'll hook you up with a girl that's really good.
Oh, yeah?
And you got some good stories. Why fucking sit there like a babush? Guys like you can't fucking retire.
You know what?
I've been around you for 3 hours. I'm like, this motherfucker won't retire. You still got a lot of life left to you.
Yeah,
You're not ready to go to South Carolina.
No.
Just sit there.
Although I do like Charleston, it was nice.
You know what? I like Hawaii too.
Yeah.
That don't mean I'm flying down tomorrow to sit and look at a beach.
I agree with you.
We're not PI 100.
Yeah.
We're not going to move to the beach and arrest people.
Yeah, I'm glad I got out of the house. You got me out of the house. I know my wife probably said, hey, get this fucking guy out of here. You know what?
I was just sitting there one day, and I told Myron I wanted to get him on and talk to him. Whatever. Here we are.
Yeah.
Nothing old school, but you're an entertainer.
Baby. I appreciate that.
I know you had to keep some of the names and dates, to
yeah,
protect me.
So like I said, my memory has to be jarred a little bit. But again, I thank you all for inviting me. A good group of guys here, and I tell you what, it brings back a lot of memories.
Yeah, I'm happy we got you.
Thank you.
Maybe that'll go on the way out. Banana.
Good. Nothing with caffeine in it, bro.
Listen, those Spanish people, they know how to cook.
Oh, absolutely.
Just pass the fuck out. They put Xanax.
Oh.
There's some Mexican, the Cubans put something in there.
Yeah.
You fall asleep eating the empanada.
Pins and the fucking, the Valiums.
No, they put something in that fucking food, the Cubans.
Yeah.
1 minute you're home eating empanada, next minute you wake up at 4 until the moon goes up. You know what I'm saying? People are fucking going back and forth with rockets. You're like, what happened?
I just wanted to give one little shout out. Because I was talking about a lot of these cases, and when we first started bringing the cases to Eastern District, the mob cases, it was a AUSA over there by the name of Jim Walden, and Jim Walden's running for mayor now from New York as an independent, and he's a very good guy, very knowledgeable, and I wish him well, and I just wanted to throw his name out there. He's got his stuff together, and it might be a good change to get away from what New York normally elects, you know what I mean? I don't want to get into politics, but
the show is all felons, so forget it.
Oh, okay.
This is not a good vote.
You can't vote when you're in jail.
Listen, all of you are felons. Cover your ears.
Do you have anybody else calling in over here that for you got any other guys, mob guys?
They call in?
Yeah.
I don't like people calling in.
Okay.
Just random people.
Yeah.
They're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
They'll sit there on the phones and the next thing you know, they're banging on your window. I've been on the phone for an hour.
Yeah. They're probably going to have some of his empanadas if they find out how good they are and shit.
Listen, man, we saw, this is my work right now. We saw The Godfather. We saw Goodfellas. And then at the end of the day, no matter what the fuck you tell me, we saw a TV series that swept America off their feet.
Miami.
What Miami? I'm talking about the fucking Sopranos.
Oh, the Sopranos. I thought you were going back to Miami. I'm sorry, brother.
For an example, Miami Vice is Miami Vice. But it's like I tell people, in 97, I did a show, and I had to send a resume. And the agent called me immediately. She's like, I got to talk to you. I'm like, what? She goes, you got to take North Bergen, New Jersey off your resume.
Yeah.
Because I don't really want people to see that.
Really?
Always go to New York City. I go, all right, put New York City down, so you need a role. This is what Springsteen was out. You know, all these animals are out. The Sopranos came on. It was completely different from New Jersey on your resume.
Oh, yeah, man. I love that show. I mean, I never missed an episode. That was amazing.
And I'm at the point in my life right now, at least high end, that I think I've seen the best of it. Mm-hmm. When people approach me for mafia scripts now, if I see Gino or Vinny, the second page goes back. I'm not interested.
Yeah, I don't blame. I'll be honest. I don't blame you.
I'm not interested.
Yeah,
it's not interesting no more.
Yeah,
give me the mob 2025. You got 3 black dudes now.
There ain't.
You got a Dominican. 80 years are in jail. The other ones are fat and old. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's kicking up to these guys.
No.
They're 80. You're done. If you can't shoot nobody, you ain't good to me. Get the fuck out. You know. I mean, give me something like that. That's real. Yeah. So I just can't. What are we talking about?
The Sopranos.
No, you're talking about the Sopranos and how
the Sopranos was so good. What's gonna replace that now?
Nothing.
What story are you gonna come at me? As a matter of fact, your boy just became Chelsea in the film.
I know who he is. John.
Yeah. He just you saw him. He's all over the news. People, I go to a week store. People like, you know who he was with, right? Yeah, I go to a week store. People are like, you know John, they work for me. I don't know about John. I don't know John. He's like the man of town now, so that's the best weed store in town. The fucking, well, that's, I could get believe. And I love John. And I believe that. Yeah. But I tell you what, there's 22 guys in it. What are they around? Yeah. I wasn't concerned evidence. I mean, and I'm a big fan of Sammy.
But yeah, I seen some of his things, and listen, no disrespect towards anybody. I mean, they did their thing, but they're doing their thing now. They still want to be there. They still want to talk about it. They love it. It's like, you know what I mean? It's in them.
I stop by Sammy on Instagram every other day.
Yeah.
And he's talking to you like it's 1984. So I talk to Paul.
Yeah.
And I told Paul, and you're like, do you think these kids even have an idea what the fuck you're talking about?
No.
Try to sell anything Gotti now. They're not going to sell a ticket. People don't want to hear that shit no more. Gotti's been beat up to death. They're not just throwing mobsters every Sunday. It's the same episode since 1998.
In fact, with Sammy, let me just cut you off. Sammy, he went back after he got out, and DEA, and I know about this because I know the people that were involved with that. You know what happened to him when he went out, when he's in the program, right? He went to Arizona, and he got his kid involved with a lot of things, and they got locked up again with that ecstasy thing, which I never even hit on because I worked with a lot of the Russian guys, and that was fucking unbelievable stories with the Russian guys and the ecstasy. But yeah, and another little thing that, perhaps if you have me on another time, maybe you don't want to hear my shit anymore, but because I get very dry in the mouth right now. No, I've been doing it, man, but I've been thinking about that, taking that edible, that's even drying me out more. But getting back to, we were working a guy on mob lines. We locked up my group. I was a supervisor there, but we got locked up Renee, Graziano, and the big person in that is the Hector Pagan. I mean, I don't know if you look him up. I mean, but he was with us when he was on the show, to catch my drift. You understand? But he did his own. Then he come out, and I think Graziano Anthony, he testified against her father, who was a big weed guy over in Brooklyn. So that was very very interesting. Yeah, and you could see his shit. A couple of YouTubers did a nice little thing on him. You know what I mean? That I saw recently. It was pretty interesting because I didn't realize all the shit he did. He was actually pretty well liked, and he was with like big guys.
T.T. Graziano.
No, I'm talking about Hector Pagan. He was good friends with Joe Massimino, who was very big, and Well, they all get caught.
He ran it at the end.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And he was fucking brilliant at the end. Because he came out and he said, fuck these hangouts. I don't want you hanging out no more. Everybody's got to get a job. Everybody's got to get off the corner. No more fucking jumpsuits. No more gold chain.
I have the silver. There's a guy over there. There's a Sergio Takachita.
Yeah, we'll fucking hide. You know what I'm saying? And he shut it down for a while, but you're always going to make big fucking mistakes with cash. The accountants came in, the FBI forensic accountants came in. You just might as well get the fucking noose ready. When them motherfuckers come, those are the people that killed Jesus. When they show up, before those motherfuckers show up, you might as well just go put the cuffs on. Don't even bother. Don't even bother. I'll tell you on the way there. You know what I'm saying? It's over. They're all nerds with glasses. They don't know nothing. They don't want to know.
You know when they got a fucking calculator in their fucking hand, and the number 2 pencil in their ear.
Trust me, when they come to G-Show, they come with every street set. It's over. It's over, guys. So once the forensic account comes, just call your mother. I told you that. You gotta get back to jewelry like 53 years ago. They're coming to get that any minute now. All right, brother. Yeah, it's a real pleasure.
Well, thank you for having me.
I want to have you on again.
No problem. Sure. There's more stories and stuff. And maybe by that time I'll have like a book written or something, you know?
Oh, I would love it.
Yeah. I mean, I got a lot of things in my mind, but I got to get them somewhere before the mind goes. You know what I mean?
You gotta go to an attorney. You gotta go to the DA's attorney, and that's a hand job.
Yeah. I don't know if I got to do that anymore. Because I'm retired. I don't know how that works.
We'll call you back in and bust the door.
Yeah.
But it's pretty interesting. This is the most interesting thing I'm going to tell you. Get the fuck out of here. Fucko was on the podcast before the pandemic. This is the Wolf of Wall Street. Oh, that's like George Orwell in the fucking 80s.
So the Wolf of Wall Street, that was there.
That's the movie.
Yeah, I know what it was.
But he should go talk to them. Yeah, he was on the show. The real Wolf. He came on the show. He was talking about shit. And also he goes, I don't know if you know how I wrote my story. And I go, why? He goes, Chong was my jailmate, my cellmate.
Oh, okay.
And the fellow, he told me, he was telling me stories about the stock market.
Yeah, because all the mob guys that's what they were doing.
Yeah, that's what they were doing.
There was a couple of names, you know, but what they were doing, you know what they do.
Yeah.
They push certain stocks, and these guys don't even have licenses, and then they close it down, and they short it, you know, and that was, you know, we were looking for a lot of those guys too. But I mean, yeah.
He talked them into writing a fucking book.
Yeah.
And it became a fucking movie.
Yeah.
That's my point.
And that's what I'm
saying. You're sitting there bored. Write a fucking movie.
Yeah.
Just to give you a heads up, he's going to take 10 points just for as the manager.
Five.
Just
His family.
Yeah, he can have more than that, man. I don't
His family.
Come on, you always charge me 10.
Because
so funny.
I gotta hold your hand, you know, call me at night. Can I make the right move? I need that in my life. 2 in the morning. Lee, what's up? I can't sleep. This manager's got me going crazy. I'm over here, you know, dreaming about fucking hanging out with the DEA and all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, it was nice coming. Nice, you're a great guy. All you guys are good guys. You put some great fucking empanadas. You got a funny fucking laugh, and you got to work on that head cold in time. Yeah, take some pics. My mother used to put some pics by my
back in 10 minutes over here because he got sick once I came back with the Mac Daddy of Mac Daddies. He started getting sick last Wednesday when he saw the box. He started getting twitches and shit. He knew that Lent. He knew that Lent was his.
It's just like
nicotine pouches. They come in 3, 6, 9, 12. Forget about it.
So I got to put a couple of quarters in there?
No. I'll hook you up with one.
No, I'm good, man.
You put one under your chin, forget it. You'll be
No, I can't do that.
I'll do 90 on the parkway.
Yeah.
Hey! You got your old badge. I can put it there with a disco light. Now,
I do have it.
they don't know nothing. Just put the badge up with a disco light. That's it. Nobody knows nothing. Nobody will even stop you. That's the fucking funny thing.
Johnny, you got anything to say, brother?
Oh, God.
Don't get him started. Don't get him started. We got to get the fuck out of here.
Don't tell
No,
me.
we'll get the fuck out of here. Next time, we'll talk about the
The Gold Bar is
Now it's 10 to 8. I'm already hungry. You know what I'm saying? I'm already thinking about shit.
We out.
We out like fucking whatever. Lee, where you at this weekend?
March 29th, Broadway Comedy Club, 5:30 p.m.
Look at them. Don't forget to be there. Austin, Moon Tower is officially sold out, but you got May 18th at the Parks motherfucking casino.
Yeah.
Right? Or August. May. We're working on May here. And come out. That's it. That's that. I'll keep it close to Lee. That's what we got.
That's all. I got Josh Wolf at Stanford Comedy Club.
too. You want to
Make
Stanford?
something up, brother.
What do you want to Stanford?
Stanford, New York Comics.
Oh, Stanford, New York. Okay.
Stanford, Connecticut.
That's what we all Stanford. I had to win. That's a complete other story. I love you, Savages. See you next week. Have a great weekend. Get ready for April. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. It's March the 25th. Yes. Listen, I want to talk to you about something. Summertime is coming. You know what that means. It's time to head down to Pound Town. Da, 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 da. You need to be able to get that thing up there. And that's where Uncle Joey comes in. Blue Chew makes sure you're ready whenever the mood arises. Whether you're on the beach, under the tunnel, wherever you're at, you're ready to go. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Meet with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you get approved, forget about it. Your prescription will be there in days. Blue Chew works. They're serious. They come in little pouches. You put one in your wallet when you're ready for war. Bam! There you are. Anyway, no more wishing. No more praying for your little fucking dick to work. Those days are over. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. It's summertime. These women got tons of options. Tons of options. So you better show up with a cape, a helmet, and a box of Blue Chew. Now, here's what I'm going to do for these nice people. You can get Blue Chew for free for 1 month. That's right. You can try it on your own. After you try it for 1 month, you'll go, Joey, where have you been all my life? It's that easy. First month, Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey, Joey. Again, Joey, Joey. Just pay $5 for shipping. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show and for helping young men sling some dick in 2025. You know what I'm saying? It's the summertime. 4th of July is coming. I love you guys. What's happening, you savages? Happy, belated St. Patrick's Day. It's a beautiful day to be alive. Tuesday, the 18th of March. The church, New Testament, is here. What's up, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. If you want the maximum out of your sex life, you need Blue Chew Max. It combines the active ingredients like Viagra and Cialis into one chewable tablet. Bam! This baby's going to get the job done for you quickly. It acts fast, and it seriously lasts. And if that's not enough, Blue Chew's online service sends your ED meds right to your door. Nobody knows nothing. You talk to the doctor, he approves it in 2 days. And listen, in 3 days, you'll be jumping up and down with a new margarita. You know what I'm talking about? Getting started is easy and totally online. You chat with a licensed medical provider, and if you're approved, you get your prescription in 6 days, guys. And listen, whether you don't have BT or you do have BT, no matter what, you're showing up with 3 guns. You follow me? She's not going to want it. She's going to call you the next day. What'd you hit me with, Papa? Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And there's a special deal for the Church New Testament family. You're going to get 1 month of Blue Chew for free. That's what I'm talking about. Okay? It's March. What is it? March, April. Forget it. You start now in March. By July, you'll be ecstatic. You understand me? So do yourself a favor. Go to Blue Chew and press in promo code Joey, Joey, and just pay $5 for shipping to get that party started. You understand me? That girl will be fucking jumping up and down when you get through whatever that Blue Chew will. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like, don't eat 10 of them, you know what I'm saying? Then you really fucking knock people up. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. We're back, bitches. It's a beautiful new thing to be alive. It's just being week today, just how you like it. You know, you guys, you put a fucking girl on here, you don't like her. You put a penguin on here, you don't like him. You know, you guys don't like nobody.
Who's the penguin?
Huh?
Who is the
I
penguin?
don't fucking know. You know. I get emails. Why'd you put the girl on? What the fuck? How many boys can you put on here? How much dick can you smell? You know what I'm saying? You gotta bring a woman in here to give it that fucking touch from time to time. I love having women in here because, listen, I learned from her. She was great last week.
Yeah.
So was the Italian princess came in here and enlightened us. You guys are like, why does there have to be a girl on the show? Well, it's better than looking at a fucking guy all night, right? What the fuck is wrong with you people? But anyway, the co-host tonight is the man himself. He was a little fucked up the last two shows.
Oh, I wonder why.
Today he went to a rehab, he went to a meeting, and he's making a strong comeback. I wonder why. What the fuck you think this is? This is the church. This ain't no fucking daycare.
Yeah, well,
We
I'm
come
not.
here to get down. This ain't no, you
I
know,
know,
like,
but then why are you saying I was? Like, it's like a big mystery why I was fucked up. You think like I'm going around New York trying to find this
I
shit.
said, I believe I gave 2 grams of muscle.
No, you did not.
Maybe 2.5. Maybe 2.5.
First of all, you sent me pictures of a scale because I told you I've been taking 3 grams on the road for a year. I know what it looks like, and it doesn't
What
look
kind
like
of break
those.
that? 3 grams is kind of.
Well, then tell me
I've
what I'm
been
taking. Don't say I'm taking a gram. I don't take
3
4
fucking
to
grams.
5.
And then last week was the best. We got him on a timer now.
You think the timer? There's no timer.
Because it is the biggest store. Also, he wants to tell you stories.
No, I didn't want to.
He
First
looks
of all,
around. I'll fucking give him a cheeseburger. He'll wolf that thing down, okay? Give him a mushroom. He's looking around.
yeah, I didn't want to
fucking-
watch this with Wolf Down and Cheeseburger before.
Last week we brought the meatballs from Special, the meatball kit, out in Rutherford. This fucking guy, I go, get a piece of bread with a meatball, just put the mushroom in there. What does he do? He's sitting there cutting the meatball.
I didn't cut a meatball. I didn't know I didn't. I took one piece of bread, I put the mushroom underneath, and I put the meatball on top.
And he,
That's all
this
I
is
did.
every week. Just now we gave 2 little pieces, 3 pieces of
Come
chocolate. Guys,
Listen, my lawyer's here.
I ate the fucking 2 grams and the chocolate before him. And that's a fact. He was still over there looking around, dropping it.
Yeah, because you eat the mushrooms
He
dry.
squeezes it with
Because
his
you've been on
fucking
that hospital food
chewy,
for a
fucking
month.
sweaty hands. You know, what the fuck you think is gonna happen?
I never said that you don't eat mushrooms quicker than me. You do eat mushrooms
I
quicker
eat
than me.
everything quicker than you, but when it comes down to a cheeseburger, you fucking beat me or a pizza. So I told him, I said, listen, you want to eat the mushrooms with no drama? Put it in the pizza and fold it.
Where's the pizza? I don't see any
Well,
pizza.
when we have pizza, you're like, I don't know. I got that. I'm gonna eat these 25 milligrams.
That's all they sell.
Well,
You can't get all right. No, hold on. You tell you every week, take edibles, and the strongest they sell in the between Massachusetts and New York is 25 a piece,
Well,
maybe
take 8
50. I've been taking at least not 8.
He takes him with his girlfriend. They rub each other's back.
We don't rub
They
our
watch
backs.
some fucking movie on Lifetime or some shit.
First of all,
playing
Lifetime has some good programming.
Okay.
Don't tell me.
We got no Lifetime here. We go for the kill here, Lee. Here's the kill shot.
Yeah, but I'm also out every night. I can't go out.
What
Fucked up every night.
What? Yesterday I had a half a cup of, I buy those GMO things. It's a syringe. I can't smoke anymore. So I went to the weed store a couple of weeks ago, and he goes, Joe, if you can't smoke, put the syringe in with that GMO indica.
Oh, RSO?
Holy shit.
That's good. I just had that.
Dog, I've been putting up. Yeah, that's last Tuesday, it was like 7 degrees out. I sat there from 1 to 5. My wife left. They went to do 1,000 things. They came back. I was still sitting there. She's like, you're enjoying this sun, huh? I'm too fucked up to get up. What enjoying this sun? I'm fucked up, dog. I was fucked up out there just in my little rocking chair. The cat kept coming out. I would pet him, and then he'd go in. Then he'd come up there. He'd come back. No, I'm too fucking high. I wasn't the devil. That's training on a Tuesday.
Yeah, okay, that's great for you. That's first of all, I have a day job, second, which it's fine. But I'm out on the. Everyone, you keep telling people to bug me. I'm not home by 9:30. I'm never home by 9:30.
9:30, Mama gives you
I'm not home by 9:30. Jesus Christ, 9:30. I've been home at 9:30 in 6 months.
I'm back. I'm home now. It's fucking 9:30.
I'm never. That is a Oh, 9:30.
He lives a good life, this fucking
I
dude.
did, clearly. I do live a good life, but I'm also not home at 9:30. He's taking 5 milligrams. I am not.
Yesterday, I didn't do shit Friday night. I didn't do shit Saturday. So Sunday I woke up and go, I'm going deep today. I went to the gym. I did this thing. I had a half a bar with that fucking, I put the whole syringe on. I'm up to the whole syringe and I just.
How long has it been? A week?
35. Just one big fucking squirt. I ate that chocolate. Let me tell you something. Then I went to my buddies and I brought mushrooms with me and I ate it with a corned beef sandwich with the cabbage. I was fucked up last night. I woke up this morning, I couldn't even talk. I was so fucked up.
Yeah.
And I got right back up, washed my pussy, and I got out there. Before I went to the dentist, I went to the gym, rode the bike. I was a little dizzy from the THC.
Yeah.
When I got to the dentist, even my friend said to me, Joe, you look a little out of it. And I told him, I grew up with it. I don't have to lie to him. Because I got fucked up last night.
First of all, this is for everyone who doesn't know. This is what they give cancer patients. And how long is that tube supposed to last?
2 days.
No, it is not 2 days.
Whatever.
Second of all, this is why you have such a high
They
tolerance.
don't give those to cancer patients.
Yes, they do give. That's exactly what it's for. This is why medical marijuana exists.
At
Because
least I won't get cancer.
I
I'm way ahead
don't
of
think
the
that's what it
fucking
is.
okay? So you gotta beat the cancer. So why let it get to you? Then you gotta start doing it too. Beat it now.
Well, this is not to beat cancer.
Well, what do you bring cancer up for?
Because it's
You're
for the
just a fucking death.
Oh, so now you're going to blame me if you get it?
No, but I'm just saying, who brought cancer up? You did.
That is true. I'm very sorry.
I fucking believe it. Just eat the fucking mushroom.
And they've been gone for half an hour.
We might eat some more just to show people how slow it takes. That's what we're doing. You want to do a video tonight of me doing a reaction to some black guy eating a rat? I'm not doing it.
It really wasn't going to be that.
I'm not doing it.
I'm also
We're gonna
not.
have we're gonna do a video tonight after this of how long it takes to eat.
I'm not eating more mushrooms.
But why not? It's one more little tiny fucking.
Yeah, one more little tiny
Watch how long it takes.
It takes me a
You
while.
have to
I don't
put
like
pepper
that.
on it and salt.
First of all, it's honey, which he never brings in.
I brought honey last
I
week.
knew you were going to say this. You brought mushroom honey.
Yeah.
You're the only person in the world who gets high on edibles and then is like, I have the munchies. Oh, let me eat some more edibles. No, I don't think you don't. What do you look at? And it's fucked up.
We're in training.
You can't keep saying that. For
We're
what?
in training for 8, 9, 10 years because we're in training. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. Well, any day now, Russia's just going to kill Ukraine. They run out of money. That's almost over.
And I'm not over there.
Enough with this Ukraine shit. It's big bank, eat little bank. We've been doing it for 2,000 years. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Well, how much? Well, let's say if they get Ukraine, right? They're going to come after the fucking Jews next. Even if they catch you. You want to be trained. If they
get all the way over here,
if they start shoving you with edibles.
Listen, when Russia reaches the U.S. borders, I'll take as many mushrooms as you want.
All right. Don't come crying to me. Because they're going to be giving questions. I don't feel nothing. I'm like Netanyahu. You can keep fucking sticking it to me, cocksucker. But you're going to be there. Wait, I need a cheese cracker. I need a half a meatball. No, there's no fucking meatballs in Gaza. Okay?
Yeah, because they don't have pork in Gaza. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Anyway,
I'm so sorry.
on a positive note, you're so sorry. Get to it, cocksucker. You're in training. Training means we're Marines. We're not the Navy, we're not the Coast Guard, we're not the Army. We're fucking Marines. We go in there first. So, that's the deal. We're the ones that go and get blown up and lit on fire. You know,
so I'm pre-lighting myself on fire?
Sure, why not? You're Jewish, you know. You gotta be prepared for the unexpected. You gotta be prepared for the unexpected. There's a little Jewry going on in the world right now. You don't know. You might be walking down the street and one of these.
You keep saying that. One guy keeps messaging me. You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet?
You're gonna get hit in the head.
I don't want to get hit in the head.
One of those college students from Columbia that hates Jews all of a sudden. All of a sudden he's gonna have 3 beers and he's gonna clock you in the head with 3 little faggy friends. And they'll come crying to me the next day. That's all I'm saying.
I apologize.
I don't know if you people have been paying attention. I've been paying attention to this because it's a fucking great question to ask yourself. Today, basically, the 14th, was 5 years since the pandemic started. Today was official. They shut everything down. 5 years ago, New Yorkers were going crazy. Well, St. Patty's Day. You're done with it. Go drink at home. You know what I'm saying? Go drink and puke and fuck at home. Same difference. But it's crazy. That's been 5 years ago. Now I'm not here to talk about Fauci or the pandemic or the fucking shot. I don't give a fuck. But it's so weird. Like, I want you guys to think about 5 years ago, how much your life has changed.
It's crazy. Like,
It's
you take the pandemic out of it.
crazy.
Yeah. My life is completely, like, if you had asked me, if you told me this is what my life would be, I wouldn't have believed you. It's completely different. There's almost, the only thing that's the same is this. And everything else is different. And it's, I'm not going to say not everything is better, but at least for me, I'm very, like, luckily, I'm like, it's like 1,000 times better than I would have imagined.
What were you talking when they said everything shut down?
When we were living in LA, I have no idea really what I was, but I was close to 300 pounds and not over it.
Over it.
Well, the thing is, I don't think so, because by December of that year, it was 336. So between March and December, it's probably close.
Yeah.
But I was single. I wasn't very happy. But the weird thing is, like, I thought I was. I didn't think I was unhappy. There were parts of my life that I wasn't happy with, but I didn't think like this is probably the happiest I've been that I can remember in my adult life, which is crazy. But like comedy I was having a blast at comedy, but honestly, I wasn't tired of it, but it was just I was really only doing open mics, and that can get a little bit old. And I was single and living in LA, and it's my whole life has done like a complete 180.
How has your mind changed since then?
Well, it's kind of weird. I have like two different minds. I have like a stand-up mind and like a personal mind. My personal mind, I feel like I've gotten stronger. I've had some good and bad shit happen that like I feel like I'm definitely stronger. But we were talking before the podcast started about experience, and it's just until you experience certain things, you don't know how you're going to deal with it or who you're going to be. And like moving, like this move that I did over the last 6 months has been like a lot of good and a lot of bad and a lot of like it's just not easy. Like it's not that my life was easy in LA, but it was a lot more comfortable.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we did the podcast twice a week. I was in the same apartment for 6 years, and I wasn't really challenging myself, I guess.
No, we don't.
Yeah. And I the weight loss, you could say. I joined a gym 2 weeks ago, which I would have you picked me for years to do that, and I never would. I went to 2 classes. I went to the yoga class, which I thought was going to be easy. Turns out yoga is not fucking easy. And then I went to a class the next day that made yoga look really fucking easy. I can't tell you, to take comedy out of it, how happy I am. Like, I don't know if anyone else watching this can relate to it. It doesn't have to be New York, but for me, it's New York. For me, New York has like always been the place I wanted to be. And so for me, I was waiting at the train station yesterday before a set, and like there was a band playing in the train. And this is, you're gonna make fun of me, but like I teared up a little bit. And I'm not really a crier, but like I don't know, man. There's something about if 16-year-old me saw where I was, like he'd be really fucking excited for what. And I don't know how excited he would have been looking at 31-year-old me. You know, it's been pretty crazy, and it's crazy because it's a lot changed in 5 years, but it's also been like the last year has changed a lot, I think, for both of us. So I mean, I'm a completely different person.
You know, last week I was thinking about my fuck, it's the same as the other pandemic. The 14th was on a Friday, and I got the call that they were shutting down the movies, the store, and all that. And then Monday it was official. And I remember when, you guys are going to think I'm fucking crazy. I was doing 4 theaters a weekend, right? 2 podcasts, 4 fucking planes. I was trying to raise a daughter, and I was fucked up 3/4 of the day. Fucked up. Edibles, getting up at 7, doing 18 bong hits. It was just too much. And it was, you think you're happy. You're picking up money, you're doing stand-up, your sets are good. The store was fucking at its best ever.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget the day they said, like, we're done. And, like, I just was like, thank fucking God. And they were like, yeah, I might open up in June. Not for me. Like, after, like, the 3rd day, I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
What up, Apollo?
This is the perfect.
All right. So here's what I can do, because I don't want to mess up your account. I'll create a new account, and you may have to send me your name. You can send that to me in Discord or whatever, and then I'll create it under your name. I'll have to use like a different phone number, but you can always change that later. I'll create a password, and I'll pass the first test, or I'll do my best to. And then once I do, I'll give you all the information for it, and then you take it from there. Yeah, yeah. $1,000. I mean, you have to really say, like, is this something that you want to do? Exactly, and this gives you an opportunity to do that. Right. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. If you don't pass the second round, we can always do it again, and I'll do it for you the second time for less. Well, here's the thing. I have to get a phone number for you. I've got to create the account. I've got to take like an hour-long test or 2-hour-long test. So there's some buy-in for me, and I'm working on my other projects right now. It's not something that I really necessarily wanted to do. Um, but yeah, so that's what I'll do it for. I'm sure you can, if you want. I mean, I can tell you other routes that you could go. I'm sure you could find someone on Fiverr to do it for you for less. So that's fiverr.com, and you just put up a request for be able to pass it for you. But yeah, that's what I'll do it for. And let's say um I pass it, I give you all the stuff for it, and then you do the second test or whatever, and it works out for you. Then you have a job. If it um doesn't work out for you, you say, hey, as much as you want, as much as you want. No, you're your own boss. You're your own boss. So they give you options to choose, and then you just choose which ones you want. And then if you are interested in them, then you take the job. If like you have, if you need to work. If you don't need to work, then obviously you don't have to take the job. but no, you don't have a boss. You log your hours, and well, it just it it automatically logs your hours for you, and oh, the 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 just one moment, I'm doing something as you came in. Um, the process is this: you create an account, you pass the first test. Once you pass the first test, then you have to pass the second test, and that's like a 3 or 4 hour deal, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, something like that. And you can do multiple tests, and they, um, then once you pass those, they give you an opportunity to take different assignments. So you don't have to take any assignments. Like my account, I don't, I haven't taken any just because I haven't needed to. But should I want to, then I just click one, and then it allows me to do like as many hours as I want to work in a week. So anywhere from 0 to 40. Then you just program AI. They, if you earn more than $600 um, a year on it, which you're probably going to, then they send you a I believe it's a W. It's a 1040, 1040, I think. Yeah, but sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, right, sure. So another way to do it, or another um way to make money. I mean, there are like little ways. Like there are ways to make, like, you want a work from home job, right? Okay, so yeah, I have certifications in. I'm a certified project management professional, so that took me some years to do. But that allows me to work some very large contracts, 120, $180,000 a year, some $240,000 a year. And so if that's something that you're interested in, I can help you through that, and I can advise you on that without cost. Um, if you are interested in, I also have some certifications in big data. Um, if you're interested in like not that big of a, like those are big contracts, and those require you to have like consistent internet, and you have to be like on camera sometimes, and some other things. If you're interested in like, and those, you do have a boss. um if you're interested in not having a boss and just being able to work on the beach or whatever, there are other AI programming sites that you can use and do. They also have like calling services, so like you get paid like $10 to $20 an hour just to do like customer service. But those, you need like a telephone, which you have. um Sometimes they send you a telephone. With the project management positions and those kind of positions, they send you a laptop. So it depends on the the type of role. Other ones, if you're just looking to make like small amounts of money, they have. I mean, I've seen people who do. Um, what is it? Surveys. So you could make like not tons of money doing surveys, but maybe like an extra $100 a week or so doing surveys. And then they also have, well, I've seen game testers, which might be something that you might be in which you might be interested. Um, so a game tester, there are people who create games and they need people to test them, and so it's basically a way to do it. I think you make like $15 an hour doing that, and I'm not sure the amount of hours that you can work for them, but I mean that's off the top of my head. Work from home jobs. I mean, like there are serious ones that you can get that are um, you just would get them on like ZipRecruiter or Indeed or like Career Builder. But those again, you're going to have a boss, and you don't want a boss. You want to be able to live on a tropical island and just take work whenever you want and not have to answer to anybody. So at least with the website path that I've proposed, there's a way for you to be able to do that. And if you're, um, if you're inclined, then once you are approved for it, you can start taking work right away. Okay, I understand. Absolutely. Um, what I can what I can tell you is, if you're gonna do it, then what I can guarantee you is that I can get you an account that has passed the first test, and I can give you all the login information for it. I recognize I recognize that, but you got to see it as this is your opportunity to not have to have a boss anymore. Yeah, right. Right. You would either choose one or the other. You would choose to do AI training full time. I mean, you don't have to. The best of both worlds would be you drive for 8, 10, 12 hours or whatever a day. And then when you're ready to just, oh, yeah, yeah. No, you can't do that on a beach. This gives you an opportunity to do it on a beach. I mean, I named some for just any remote job. Yeah, I mean, there are. I wouldn't suggest starting your own business. Um, there's a lot of overhead to that. There's a lot of risk in that, and you just don't have the experience in that. I know you have. I shouldn't say that. You have your own business now, but not like a technical business. So it would be probably a big risk for you. Um, what? So you want to know what other kind of jobs there are? I mean, the best thing to do is just go on Indeed and look for remote work. But again, those are going to have bosses, and if you want to avoid a boss, this is a way to do it. And I no, I don't want to. I have ideas, but I don't want a business together. Um, I'm not anything against you, but I don't. I think that I have an opportunity an incredible opportunity. I create robots. Like that's what I'm doing, and my robots are profitable for me to the extent that they get people to tweet about me and talk about me and things, and that's important for me to go viral. And well, I don't really charge for them. I can teach you how to make them. So I mean, there's that. So there's this. You could. There are things called crypto faucets. Do you know what a crypto faucet is? Okay, so there are crypto faucets. Basically, like a thing that you have to click like every hour, and it gives you free cryptocurrency. And you can create robots that can do it for you, and those can earn money for you through cryptocurrencies. No, I'm not doing that, but I've had people request that I teach them how to do it, and I've taught them how to do it. It's not very hard. You just need like a computer and internet, and you can like basically leave it go indefinitely. And you just need like it'd be something like your mom could look at, or you're somebody who you trust with your computer, just to make sure that it's operating correctly. And if anything goes wrong with it, they might have to click one or two things, but it's not any work they have to do. It's just like, let's say the computer shut down or something, you had a power outage or something. They might have to you might have to show them like, hey, if we have a power outage, this is how you turn the computer on, and you have to start this program, but it will just automatically generate income for you. You can get any kind that you really want. I've known of Bitcoin ones. I've known of Ethereum ones. I've known of Solana ones. I've known of Sui ones. Yeah, no, not starting your own call center. They have remote work that you can do where they send you a headset and a telephone, and you basically take calls all day. So, like, I'm looking at these Bitcoin faucets right now. Earn Bitcoin at your own pace. So you can get 15 Satoshi every time you click this button. Now it is limited to one every 10 minutes, but you just create. So what? It's not a lot, but right. But here's the thing: you can you can create multiple instances and have it generate like a penny a second or a penny a minute. But like you need you need a computer setup to do this. You need like one probably like $2,000 computer, and then you can run multiple at the same time, like using different like known as Not you're going to want a PC to do this. Um, and so you just dedicate it. So let's see what you could make. You could probably, with a $2,000 PC, you could run maybe 30 different headless browsers simultaneously, and I would teach you how to do the macros. That's pretty easy. It's not, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty easy. I could even create them for you. Um, okay, so right now, 15 Satoshi is like 0.00011 USD. Okay, so 0.0011 USD. Calc 0.00011. Your own shitters, your own like things that you go to the bathroom in? You're good. Okay, so basically, like with one computer, you could make um, maybe something like 3 cents every minute, perhaps. And then, so 3 cents a minute is like $1.80 an hour. And that times 24 hours is $43 a day times 365 is like $15,000. And then if you bought a couple of computers, you could probably just have these things going all day. And so let's say you bought, well, you'd make $15,000 a year doing nothing, just having a computer click something for you. Like what I program my robots to do is to like and upvote people's posts on Blue Sky. And like it's working for me right now. I just need to make sure that it continues to go well. And and it automatically promotes me because what I have it do is whenever it likes or upvotes anybody, it says please join Rabbi's Discord and gives the Discord link. So it's like free promotion for me. And um like basically if I were to do the project for you, I would buy 5 computers, and I can buy like these computers at like $200 each, and I would just make more of them. Um, in your case, I mean, you want something that you can work like literally on the. You want to be able to sit in a lawn chair on the beach in the Virgin Islands or something like that, right? Like you don't want a bunch of computers around you, correct? Okay. Well, I mean, sure, but you got to find somebody who wants your opinion long term on some. You could definitely be a logistics consultant, but there are a lot of people who have much of your experience, and this is already generally handled, and it's just going to be handled even more by AI. Right. No, I understand. Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of time until it's better than a human, and it's already working on like I get what you're saying. Okay, I know you think you're that. I know you can be. Yes, because these AI trucks don't have to sleep. That's all they have to do is refuel. That's it. All it's all automated. Yeah. So it takes 10 minutes for them to fuel. And then actually they don't even need that because many of them are electric. So they just need to recharge. And it's a little different. No, no, it doesn't. They just switch out batteries. It's it's already being done. It's already being done. Waymo is already has fleets of these things. Uber, you can take a Waymo Uber, a Waymo um, Lyft, and they're all automated, and they're very successful, and they haven't killed anybody. They're in quite a few different cities. They're in LA, they're in Austin, they're in San Francisco, and so like issues occur, like somebody jumps in front of the car and blocks it. Well, what does it do? It calls the police, and the police come and move the people. Or it like I've seen them where like somebody's inside, and a person on the outside starts like slamming on the window. Then there's a way for the passenger to call Waymo customer support and just report what's going on, and then they send the police, or they have the vehicle drive to safety. I'm not saying that what you do isn't important. You're the backbone of the country. I'm just saying that give it 5 years and it's going to be better than any human. And what I mean by that is they will have these fleets of the. Okay, I know. Okay, that's fine. Every other human in the United States who's a truck driver, it will be able to beat. Perhaps not you, and I'll give you that. I'll grant you that. You're the best truck driver to ever be behind the wheel. So, with that being said, all of the other truck drivers will be put out of a job because these automated cars, automated trucks, I should say, are more efficient. They don't have to take breaks. They're always on time, and they basically can do everything in a safe manner. They don't ever fall asleep on the road. They don't ever have to go to a rest stop. The refueling that they do is perhaps as fast as traditional diesel refueling when they just switch out a battery. I've seen these things. It just takes a battery pack off of um the front of the truck, or the behind where the part where you sleep, and then just puts another battery in there, just like you do with a cell phone or something like that, and then it's able to drive for another 1,000 miles. But the key to it is that it doesn't have to stop. That's why these robots are replacing people. And the key benefit is they don't need benefits. They don't have any kind of rest that they need. They don't need breaks. They can work 24 hours a day when, a human can't do that. Now, with all that being said, you're going to be fine for the next 5 years or so, but within the next after that, you're going to have some stiff competition. Now, I think that you really, with your confidence, could be the last human truck driver there is, and perhaps you'll be in some museum someday, which I think you could be if you're that good. You've been doing it for a long time without any major issues. That's really impressive. And where there, you'll also need people like you, perhaps, are for the outlier truck driving is like where you need to drive a truck, perhaps long. I mean, even like ice road truckers. That's probably a better opportunity for AI drivers. But like, even things like heavy crane operators, those are all being replaced. Um, so you basically can be on the other side of that and train the AI, and this gives you an opportunity to do that. And I understand, I'm someone who thinks that you're very talented in what you do, and I want you to be able to do it for as long as you want, but you don't want to do it anymore. But you have to really see what you want to do. If you want to sit without any computers except one on a beach and basically live in peace, and let's just say like Puerto Rico or something, which might be the 51st state and might be a very good spot for you to post up. You're an American citizen, so everything transfers. Then this is a great opportunity for you. I mean, probably the best thing that you could do. The big issue with Puerto Rico or any of those Caribbean islands for this kind of job are power outages. They go like 3 or 4 days sometimes 2 weeks without power. So you buy a jet. Yeah, but I mean that can run out. So you need fuel and things like that. But yeah, that can work. Absolutely. So that's the way that you would do it. Um, and I mean, there are other opportunities as well. There's, um, let me see if we can find some other ideas. So I think I mentioned it earlier. Um, Survey sites are a way to do it. I'm like reading about someone who made like $700 last month doing that. Survey sites. Yeah, I mean you don't do just that. You do like a few of these things simultaneously, if you want. I saw one that might be of interest to you. I think it paid $10 an hour to write subtitles for different um like videos, if that's of interest to you. But I mean, have you ever had a computer job? So you've got to say to yourself, is this something that I even want? I mean, you're already asking yourself that, but um, you know, exactly. So why don't No, you don't have the experience to be able to do any of those things except in logistics, which might be something. Why don't you do this? Why don't you just focus for an hour or two and take the automation, the artificial intelligence test on your own? If you pass it, then you save yourself $1,000, and then you go and take take a few hours or days off and take the second and third tests. I think it's just a second round of tests. I should say there's not a third test. You can take third tests if you want. If you want to, like, you can. You can. I don't want to say you can specialize in different things, but basically, like, you should just take the test yourself and see how you do. Exactly. So this gives you an idea if it's something that you would want to do long term, but you never know until you do it. So, I mean, that's the best thing. If the price is the issue, which I completely understand, then just take it on your own, and you'd be like, okay, well, I'm getting paid $1,000 to do this test because I'm not asking somebody else to do it. And if I pass, great, I saved myself $1,000, and now I'm on to round two, and I take that, and if I pass that, then they give me in like 2 or 3 days, they'll give me an email and tell me I've passed what I needed, and then I can start working remote immediately. I don't have a boss. I can start doing this for 6 months to a year, whatever. As I also drive, and then eventually transition to an AI career. Definitely. But I mean, I think I've given you good advice. Take the test on your own. It's not like you can't pass it, or that it's impossible. It's really something that you should be able to pass. And then from there, especially with the tools I've given you, um, you and if you don't pass it, then let me know and I'll create an account and pass it for you if that's what you want. Or you just may say, you know what, I don't like this. I don't like being in front of a computer for an hour, so I know I'm not going to like it for 40 hours. Absolutely. I get that. And I'd be bored. Yeah, absolutely. I understand that. I don't want to. Even when I did drive, I would use assisted cruise control as much as I could. That basically would help drive the car for me. Not not cruise control, not cruise control, assisted cruise control, which would brake for me, and it could also is it was essentially part of a an automated driving package that I have. So that means that like normal cruise control. There you go. And as do many others. There you go. So my Honda has it. It's very nice that if I ever, a base, you saw it. It was it's a Accord. Nevertheless, 2018 Accords have assisted driving, and so it means it keeps you in the lines or in the lanes, and it also does, I mean, I'm sure it's better now. It's a 7-year-old car, and it will um, has assisted cruise control. So basically, if you're driving and there's a stoppage in front of you, it will stop for you. You just basically have to oversee the system. And when you get into Teslas and things like that, they have full automated driving now. Like, so you just basically type in where you want and it will drive you there. So I'm sure it's going to be on big trucks soon. If it's not already, it's already being tested. And that might be something that is kind of something that you might be able to use to bridge. I mean, the real key is, do you have the stamina to do a 1 hour test? If you do, go do it and pass it, which I think you can. I would not say to you, Paul, this is the hardest test I've ever taken. I don't think you're going to do well. I actually think you will pass it. You just have to have the stamina to be able to get through like 10 questions or whatever it is. So go take it. So go take it. You get like 3 hours to do it, and it doesn't take that long. You'll do it in 30 minutes to an hour. Go take it, come back and tell me that you passed it or whatever. I'm sure. And if you don't, then just create another account and get it till you get it. So that's been what I've thought as well, and has been something that I think you may want to um, test out. So what you might do is, if you just want to take a practice one, just put in a blank name or whatever, just like maybe your first initial and your last name, or your first initial and your last initial. You only have to send your ID at the end when you're going to get paid. So you can make adjustments. Excellent. I think you'll be able to pass it, and then I mean, then it's a way to be able to subsidize your income. But it's not like, I mean, I wouldn't say that site's going to be available 30 years from now. You know what I mean? Like, there's kind of a window, but I think right now it'll be available probably for the next 5 years. And so that might be something that might be attractive to you. But once you get into IT, then from there you'll be able to transition to real jobs because you'll have experience building AI models. And once you can put that on your resume and you've done it for a few years, then you'll be able to get big time contracts, and you also get certifications and other things like that. But go take that test. Go, go take the test and let me know how you do. Excellent. And I know you can get it. And if I had any advice to you, I mean, you should see it as, I'm going to save myself $1,000 if I do this test on my own. And if anything, just create a different account and go under that account and try to pass it. And then just don't necessarily, like, I don't remember what the sign up is, but just wherever the first name and last name is, you just put your initials or whatever. And if you don't pass it, then just take another shot at it. And you'll eventually pass it, and then when you do, you'll have saved yourself $1,000. You don't. You said it. You don't know if you have the stamina to be able to do it, and I understand. Clean me up, okay? Excellent. Take care, big dog. You're welcome, my friend.
Big opportunity. When I came back, Soprano movie, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing in LA? I really was. I would come over to eat at night over here, and I would be home by 9. I'd go, what the fuck am I doing in LA? And when I went back, and that pandemic hit, I was like, thank God.
Who is the rabbi, and why must I join his Discord?
Leave me the fuck alone. I'm
So
not
funny.
rescheduling shit. Call me when this is over.
So
Oh, it's gonna be
funny.
over in September. You better be prepared. And they kept calling you to go to Florida and Texas because they were wide open. Like,
This is the second time I've gotten a random like a tweet spam. Joining a business Discord conference here. What the fuck is up? Why don't you just join the fucking Discord, dog? Who is the rabbi retweeting this? Transgender princess, that's what I call it too.
Oh, because I was like, they're like, what do you want to do about these dates in July? Do you want to keep them? Do you want to reschedule? Cancel. And they're like, what do you mean? Cancel. Give them their money back. Don't reschedule. And then
That's phenomenal.
And I remember that I went to a party. This is already open. Not full, but it was kind of open. Okay. And I went to a party at the Florentine's house. And the sister goes, she goes, I was there last week at Parks Casino. And they still got your flyer. You're going on next week. And I was furious. I went home and called the agent. I go, give them their fucking money back. Well, you're there. You might know. Give them their fucking money back. I got so uncomfortable during the pandemic.
Yeah, you really.
Oh, I was uncomfortable. I was irritable. I didn't want to hear it. I was sick of living in LA. Like, I was just done. Like, I was done. Like, for me, the pandemic was a fucking godsend.
And no part of you. And Parks is a different story because it's a big deal. It's like a big place. But like, no part of you like wanted to get on stage just to like get that out of your system.
I was burnt the fuck out. And I had no idea what it felt to be burnt out. And I was burnt out emotionally, physically, and mentally. Like, my body was done. The anxiety was up to a different level. I was popping the Xanaxes, and the Xanaxes were giving me anxiety. No. Yeah, they were like fuel. It just bounced. It's called a bounce or some shit. And I couldn't focus. I could not focus. I still remember Ari coming to the house and me going, when is this kid going to leave? Like, I can't have him there. I couldn't have people in the house. There was no fucking way I could have people that close to me.
What was fueling the anxiety or the burnout?
Do it again.
The burnout was 10 years of not stopping. Dog, I didn't take vacation. You know me, dog. I'm not one of those guys that we're going to stop now and take a 12-day vacation to Hawaii. First off, it ain't going to work out for you. Because I see everything in 3 days. After 3 days, if I didn't see it, we'll catch it next time. I ain't got time for 12 fucking days, you know. That was my mentality. You know, I'm a basketball guy. If you're not practicing, somebody else is.
Absolutely.
Okay, if you're on the beach for 12 days, there's a motherfucker out there that's practicing all day. And you're down there hanging out with Flipper. That works for 3 days, Uncle Joe. I don't drink. You know, I don't drink. So after like one drink, the sun hits you, I get a migraine. That ship sailed. You go to the water, you know, you see some people, you go to a restaurant. It's time to go home. I gotta make money. You know, that was always my mentality. Right. I don't understand people going on vacation. I never understood it. We ain't got time because I don't want to hear you coming to me. Look at what's going on in my life. Bitch, you went on 2 vacations. You went on 2 vacations for 18 days. One for a fucking wedding for 9 days. Who the fuck are you? My main thing was like, who the fuck are you to go go on a vacation. When you got $1 million, then you go on vacation because you don't have to worry about it. But you go on a vacation, by the 8th day, you're like, this is going on the Visa card. And I just lost 10 days of work with my family, and they're at Disney robbing me blind. Yeah. You know, that's all you're thinking about. But these are the same people that are coming to you. I don't know what's going on in my business. Well, every summer you go down the shore like you fucking earned it. Like you're Johnny Bumpy. You're not Johnny Bumpy. You gotta work, bitch. You know, I never understood that.
Has your mindset changed over the 5 years?
Fuck no.
Okay.
I still don't want to go anywhere for more than 3 fucking days. I got shit to do. Okay? Who's gonna sit there? You know, when you're 90, maybe you could sit there with your feet up like those dudes in a fucking Corona commercial. You know, Snoop Dogg and the white dude, you can't do that.
But knowing what you know, knowing that you burnt out, would you took? I'm not saying 14 days in the south of France, but
I wish I would have taken time to smell the roses more. But that still didn't mean vacation. What I mean by that is maybe going to a concert a week at the Hollywood Bowl. I should have taken Dean Del Rey out for more concerts. Maybe going to do a couple sporting events. I should have done that. But I had so many people that cry in LA. So many people cry in life. I never wanted to be one of those guys. Somebody offers you money, they offer you a $400 gig. Can you imagine 10 years from now, you're fucking $400 short on the rent, and you're like, I should have taken that gig. That's how I think.
Did you see Bill Burr's special yet?
Yeah, bits and pieces.
Because his whole thing, like a big part of it was like how he changed his point of view for his relationship with his wife. And it was, you know, it was interesting. I thought the special was really good. But, you know, changing your perspective. So, like, now that you're starting to do more stand-up again, are you going to smell the roses more? Are you going to do anything?
I have a daughter. That's my rose. That's my rose. Where am I going to fucking go? Like, you know, you have to be around them when they're young. You got to be there. If not, they grow up like everybody else. Fucking half retarded. I don't know what my daddy is. You know, I don't want to live through that shit. That's my biggest fear, right? So I don't have daddy issues. I lived in LA for 23 years. Everybody I met had daddy issues, and you could fucking say it. So that's my role. Yeah, spend time with her. But at the same time, you know I was spending time with her before LA. Of course, I was always there during the week. On the weekends, I was gone. And she told me. She told me when she was 7, you gotta stop. And I said, you're right. You're right. I said, like right now, I got shit people offering me. I ain't missing a softball game. Why would I? I don't want to miss a fucking softball game. Whatever you got to offer me, because every time I'm at a softball game on a Saturday or Sunday, I always ask myself to check myself. Where would I rather be right now? And you put yourself through scenarios. I'd rather be in a Chinese orgy, shooting up morphine, and just sitting there with my mouth open. That sounds like fun. I'd rather be here. Okay, so that's how I feel. Like I can't sit in a hotel room all day on a Saturday ever again. Like ever again. Well, I did it for 30 fucking years. I did it for 30 years. To wake up on a Saturday, have a great breakfast, take a walk around the town, and now it's 1 o'clock. And your show's at 8 o'clock, and you got to sit in your hotel room, or maybe go to a movie, and then you call home. My wife's out with the girls, and they're jumping up and down, the kids are yelling, and you got to sit in your lonely hotel room, listening to these kids having a good time. Right. Man, so that was my smell the roses. Ever since they put me in a fucking hospital a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I looked at my wife and I go, this is completely different. So I changed my perspective. This is completely different now. You know, I always loved my wife, you know, I like to strangle her sometimes. I love my wife, right? 25 years, but you have to look at things a lot different. But that shit I was doing in LA, like I told you, I would take a boxing class or whatever, kickboxing. I get 16 calls in 45 minutes. I have to get up and go out and get at them for nothing. Nothing. You can tell me this shit later. Nothing. Once I realized it, I'm not picking up these phone calls no more. Let them fucking call 80 times. I'm not picking it up no more.
Little 16 phone calls.
No
45
way.
fucking minutes.
Fuck, why did them little Russell
Really
close
gave
like
you too much.
a little bit
Music
now?
you want,
People,
listen.
I don't
Go
know
fuck you.
the
They
existence of this
quality.
account.
They fuck. And then the agent putting desperation in you. Oh, we got a gig for you. You gotta take it. Gotta take it. I'm like,
Why the fuck am I stuck in a fucking spam game or something?
it just
Right
was
off that?
something
I
that
think it must be
I
a
just fell
troll
apart. That's what
who
really
has a lot of
happened.
links,
I just
and
fucking
it's
fell apart.
disgusting.
I was like, I remember still getting on stage here. It was an outdoor show. I didn't
That
have people.
must be worse than a few
I see bats
Gold
flying
troll
around.
situation where there's no.
There's a fucking something moving.
Oh
on the
wow,
leaves.
this is
I'm like,
great.
I got up there and I had to look around the whole
These
time.
are, I love
See
these.
mosquitoes are biting me and shit. I'm like, I'm not doing this.
What
I
up,
didn't stand
Nene?
up for a while. I didn't do it.
What the fuck? It's the little fucking Rabbi Drew.
Still didn't want to do it. That's crazy.
Sorry, I meant
Couldn't even
Rabbi
break through
Drew.
like a barrier of, couldn't even break through. Couldn't take a material. Couldn't
Yeah,
be funny. Didn't even care. So I stopped again for like another 11 months. I'm like, I'm not getting on the fucking stage. I was done, guys. And I'm done now. Like, people offer me shit all the time. Movies, I'm like,
Oh, maybe not
go
one.
in there and do that and listen to that nonsense. If it's like a high-end fucking movie, that I'm like the shit in the movie, yeah, because I'm learning something. But for me to do a movie for fucking people,
Little fucking Rabbi Drew. Oh, no.
4 days, I'm not doing that no more. I just don't.
So that one was not for me.
If it's something exciting like
Yeah.
Tom Cruise,
But these ones are, why the fuck is some little Rothschild
fuck,
place
I would love to Tom Cruise.
blow up a little bit?
Oh yeah, and I love him.
Fuck, why
I'm
did
just
the
saying
little...
that that's what I want to do. I don't want to do no fucking. They want me to go to Vegas to be a mobster. I'm not doing that the second week of July. Get the it's 140 degrees. Yeah, and I gotta shoot. Fuck you. I'm not doing that shit. I'd rather not have insurance. Jesus Christ. I'd rather not have insurance. I'd rather pay the money than have to put up with it. I want to do something that's cool. Right. You know? Stand up, same thing. If you think I'm leaving for a Thursday to Saturday, you got rocks in your fucking head. I'll tell you, I'm going to leave Thursday night after the show. Jesus. Although that once I start thinking about it, I'm like, I'm not staying here Friday and Saturday. We're catching the first flight out of here in the morning right now. And that's right, because I know me, right? But at least you do. That's what changed me after the podcast. I got a little bit more patience. I want to be around my family a lot more. I want to be, I was out there in the wild for 23 years with those savages. And there was a lot of people that I really had a good time with in LA. And there was a lot of people who meant the world to me in LA. But there was a lot of motherfuckers I did a lot more than what I liked.
Welcome.
Oh, yeah, of course. Like, I liked a certain amount of people.
Yo, what up, Silky? How you living, person?
There was no way.
What are we watching?
So I was not going to happen. I was not going to leave LA. The only state I could.
What are you? Oh, Doom, tight. Dude, Doom is amazing, dude.
So I was like, going back to Jersey. I can't take my daughter for another fucking year. We're shooting stuff in the computer in the back. Fuck that.
Do you think if Colorado had school down there?
Yeah.
Single player, level select.
Yeah.
I think I wasn't ready to go.
Dude, whoop some ass. Whoa, dude, this one's super hard already.
I love that I live here. Where I live is on the boring side. That's how I like it.
Get it.
Something outside.
Get it.
Like, what the fuck is outside the yard? And I enjoy that. I enjoy my life now. I don't have much going on outside. I wish it was so hard.
I remember first time I played Doom. It was at Uncle Bob Shore's house. It was amazing. First time I ever got body armor.
You know, I still walk that guys. I don't really got a lot of people. You know, I get up in the morning, I have a cup of coffee, I get like 30 minutes, and I'm starting at 40 something. And the people are drinking coffee and watching CNN, what's happening tonight. I'm already fucking out the garage, bang, bang, bang. Right, and that's what lets me know what their pay is going to bring. Like, it's sad as it sounds. I don't know what I want to do for it now. I'm not smoking. And again, I know what I'm going to do. And sometimes I just blast off with extra rage. I was going down there by the Wednesday. I went down there the other day. I said, give me all of them, dog. Just give me all. Jesus. Oh, Lord.
Oh, yeah. You always act like you're sober.
There's no sober. I'm sober.
Adam. By the way, these are starting to kick in.
Saturday, I was sober.
Nothing?
But Sunday, shit. The Lord's Day, yeah, you gotta be ready on the Lord's Day. I don't give a fuck about the rest of the week. But Sunday is just a good day to get fucked up early. 10 o'clock.
Do you miss something at all?
Yes and no. Because I'm addicted to this. You know, the fucking getting playing with the weed, you know, going together. It's good. They're sad. I have systems in my house. I have like the drawer with a dry. But I dry it in here, then it gets promoted to the top shelf. And then I'll smoke it. I have like 4 kinds up here, but I have 3 kinds down there. So I have like the little bit. Yeah, of course. Now the little bit is over.
Well, you did it. I don't know, 40 something years? 50 something years? Every day. Do you ever like fuck it, I'm just smoking?
Well, doesn't make it. Listen, I don't know if that's what it was, but I know that in the hospital, with no problems, get right. So let's go and smoke. Yeah, it's 6 months. I might feel a lot different. Yeah. Shit, I gotta do what I gotta do. You know? Right. But right under the I got it. Once you're on something for a while, just go. Why not go back to it? I'm not ready to go for a month. You know, I start doing something. Right, exactly. Because I had to go down to the every 2 days and mix the weed around. Now I find that there's so much weed in Jersey. I've got 3 times every day. I'm looking at 3 different websites when I wake up in the morning, looking to see who's got the best weed. I don't need that shit, man. I'd rather put my energy into what the fuck I'm doing now. Yeah, I'm just trying to get healthy. I got a couple shows coming up. I don't want to do the best. That's it. I have nothing else on my agenda. Everybody else can suck my dick.
And how does it feel? Like I'm trying to compare you to me, or just you 10 years into stand-up. Like now that you have all the power and all the control.
What power?
Because you can say, what do you mean? And maybe not, but to me, in my head, you could call any club in the world, like, I want to come in, boom, 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 I want to come in tonight. And you would never bump anybody. No, but you, at least for stand-up, the world is open to you. That's the way I look. I'm sure there's some clubs that might not like you or whatever. But like to,
I don't like that.
Exactly. But like to have that control and to be able to say no, like to say no to some things that I'm sure you 10 years ago, what the fuck are you saying no to this
Here's
for?
the secret to it. Here's the secret to this. You really think about this. We always had the control. We just never wanted to impose it. How? As you, like I told you, I had a rule after the 3rd year in comedy. I don't mind coming to the club and showcase. But I would make, as you ever say something as you're saying it, you know you're fucking up. Because I was saying it. I knew I was fucking up. But at the same time, it was saving me 6 months of my life. And I would call people up and go, how you doing, Sean, Joe D? Yeah, your friend. I'm going to do a showcase. Well, I'll be there Sunday night. Sean. And I would say just like this, 3 years later, we'll come down there Sunday night. We'll showcase me. When I get off the stage, is there somebody going to be there to give me a week worth of comedy? Now, that's 2 things. You're already putting the seed in here. I want to put you know what I'm saying? This is tough to say this about it. Yeah. And number 2, I don't want to go off the stage after I kill and you tell me something. You're going to tell the owner.
Welcome. How are you? What's going on, Pi?
But I didn't give a fuck. That little control thing was the whole thing that at least I got. And they started with the other send the tape. How many tapes I sent in my life? 1. And it was blank. Fuck you. We've always had control. It's just we don't take it. And then we get pissed off when people walk all over us.
Right. I ran into a situation. I wanted to fucking yell at someone yesterday, but he's associated in a way maybe with a club that I want to work at.
And they're not.
Right.
Right. Because they're bums. And they're going to threaten you, and they're going to say, you never work here again. By the time you're rocking and rolling, they're not even in the business. Like the people that were in the business in 1997, when I got to LA, they were laying rats on the manager. I never saw them. Right. They got the real estate, the .com business. Right. Yeah, they got the .com. I really left. In 99, when we got into that business, .com. Yeah. A lot of those people left. So these people are the ones that put like, I don't like it. We to do that. That's control. Anybody who knows a comedian knows. Don't tell me what the fuck to say. Because whatever you tell me not to say, I'm going to go up there and say it first. That's why you don't put no boundaries on a comedian at all. So when I'm walking into your club, you're like, excuse me, don't go fart jokes. Bitch, I'm going to open up with a fart joke. Yeah, I saw this guy, Kevin Fitzgerald. Kevin Fitzgerald, you two guys are all young except for George. Kevin Fitzgerald had a show on the Animal Planet. He was with white hair. Guys, old dude. That dude looks old. That dude will fucking take your throat out. He was in Vietnam. He was one of the crazy motherfuckers in Vietnam. Then he came back up to GI Bill, became a veterinarian. And then somewhere along the line, he became a comic. Before that veterinarian shit, he was a stone bodyguard. He was cool with stone and that shit. I got stabbed and all the guns and all that shit. Kevin Fitzgerald, you look at him, he looks a little weird, but that motherfucker got stories. And that motherfucker's dangerous. So, in 1993, he was at the Comedy Works, and he did a joke about this is your brain. Brain on drugs when they used to keep it right. He got off stage, the big guy came up to him and he goes, Bill Hicks is here, you're opening for him. Mr. Hicks said not to do that joke. Next time he opened, he went back, thought about it, he goes, fuck Bill Hicks. He went up there and did the joke. The muscle guy came up to him again and Kevin goes, oh, take his fucking throat out. And Bill Hicks came up to him and said, hey, we told you not to do that joke. You did. You're on.
Fuck, I would have said, I would have done the joke.
Guys, you have to somewhere as a comic say this is what I'm going to do, and if you don't like it, I'm moving the fuck on. If I told me to tell you, like, you can't say this at my club, well, you called me, number 1. Number 2, I'm saying what I'm fucking saying. And if you don't want to hire me after this, that's fine, right? But don't you ever fucking tell me what I can and cannot do.
I've been struggling with, I don't like feeling like this, but the feeling that I felt in New York with stand-up is a little bit desperate, and I don't like feeling like it. But there's just no, it's kind of out there. And it was like, it feels like the Titanic was the Titanic thing. Everyone's in the water. That's where I am. Like, oh, well, yeah, right now for sure. But I'm just like, just comedy-wise, you're just waiting for someone to help you do something. And like, if someone told me I don't want to hear this joke or that, I'd be like, okay, whatever.
You know, feel desperate, but always have your.
I don't like feeling desperate.
Right. You know, it's like when I stopped doing. Well, I was a complete different company, a complete different individual because I didn't want to ruffle any feathers. But then I can't get my right. So never mind the club or whatever. I was always concerned about that. Once I took that out of my life, it was completely different. And that's when my career really started because I started telling people, like, if you want to, yeah, you got to work for it. Yeah. If you don't know the stories about it, I didn't know somebody was preaching.
That's crazy.
I didn't know that. You call your money. That's the attitude. You have to tell people. I walk in for a second. It's Sunday. We just want to come here. No. How you make it come here on Sunday? Call your mother next time to work on Sunday. They'll look at you like, it's a truth. It's like when an agent calls and says, I have an audition for you at 5:30. You got to come LA. Again, you send your mother down there at 5:30. Oh, I will get why you fucking me. All of them give me a decent time. And they'll either say no or they'll call and get you a decent time.
Right. But like that's where I was going with it because they'll give you a decent time because they like you or they want you. And if you're just a nobody at the beginning, they're like, fuck you. If you don't want to come at 5:30, then fuck off. Right. Of course.
Okay, well, it was part of the rise. Like midnight with a bunch of fucking, what do you call those little white kids from Brooklyn?
The hipsters, yeah.
Whatever the fuck they call it. Little fags, whatever, sitting there with the little fucking raccoon eyes.
But yeah.
It's completely different.
Of course.
I still remember doing it. Like, I decided I wasn't going to fucking do it. And then I started doing those early ones, usually when they're fucking work. Hamburger Harry's at 4:30. There's no reason. The only reason is to get a noose. The thing goes, here's like 5 minutes. To just hang yourself. They're rough, and I know the position you're in. But you have to. Right now, they're giving you a wall.
Yeah.
You have to figure out how to go around that wall. And they're going to give you another wall.
Right.
And you have to go around that wall. That's what we were discussing in the beginning. I was talking about how important basics is. Like I was talking about, I could take lead. Fuck my wife. Fuck Mercy. I'm on the road. You do whatever. And I'll take them. 3,000 seat theaters, and after 5 years, it'll be a great comic. Until he has to do a show in front of 20 people. He's going to lose. Your leg's going to start preaching because that's part of the basics. I got a little commercial. When the time's all yeah. So good. Instead of like, you're a new man. I'm gonna open the doors for you. No, you're intelligent. You already know that. You gotta get that. Now, I'm gonna be as honest as I can. I couldn't figure out New York. That's why I got the fuck out of here. Because I didn't know 4 people to bring to the show.
Right.
Well, George, and he would disappear.
Yeah.
I would pay him $10. I'll be right back. Damn. I want to get a lighter. Whatever. So you can't do the show.
I got so lucky.
But I would stop when I was with coach. And the coach would go at my spot and I had to cancel my spot.
Right.
So it was always a fucking nightmare for me. I chose to develop in Colorado. Right. But you're doing a great job here considering. Now, like I said to you, I would love to walk and leave in New York. 120 and what's that going to do?
Nothing. And
Now you're forcing my hand.
And I never asked you for that. I would, but I
wouldn't do it. Right, because I know where it would end off. If we did 10 different clubs, 9 of them would hate you, 1 of them would go, I like the club. Right. Do that.
One of my, and it's, I don't know if this is something to be proud of or not, but like one of the things I was most proud of in LA was that like I never had to call my parents and ask for money. That was one thing that I just took pride in. And you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people listening who don't, whatever they think about me being a stand-up. I know that I'm working really hard at it, and it's what I want. I don't want to look back 10 years and be like, oh, I only got it because Joey called X, Y, and Z. I'm having, as much as I'd love to be in at all the clubs right now, and I'd say yes if they called, I'm having fun, like, doing the bar. The only place that I'm happy right now is barbershops. I do barbershops every fucking month. Someone invites, I feel like it's like they're fucking, they bring me to a barbershop, and the shows are great, but I've done like 8 barbershops. And it's like, what the fuck? I'm the only guy with no hair in a barbershop. But I love it. It's been, dude, New York is, and I did it was a weird, because yesterday I did 3 mics. Two of the mics would have got canceled. And what I use mics for now is I really only use them to just say the word. Johnny Rock in LA gave me great advice of just like, you can't go there looking for a response. Just go there to back. And like, that's what I'm using them. It's just as a, because it did. If I hadn't have done those mics in my set last night, I wouldn't have gone as well because I changed. I'm not at a place yet where I can look at my notebook and like see if things are gonna work or see if the order's right. I have to do it, and then I'm like, oh, okay, then that. So for me, that's what I'm using that stuff for. You know, I'm nowhere close to figuring out further along today than I was in January when I really started. Because like even when I got here in September, I was gone every week. I was here in town for 2 days a week.
I was watching something that day where Schultz, Andrew was on Club Station.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about Rogan. And he goes, you know, Rogan has made a lot of million. You know, and I thought about it. I was sitting there going, that's funny. Rogan didn't make million. He opened up the door for people. And people had to do the work.
Yeah.
I know 10 guys that Rogan was helping that still feature actors. I know comics that Rogan got with Dave Sussman. They still feature actors. Yeah. I still want to get a longer shot at something that won't be nice for Rogan to go Adam Sandler. Like,
Fuck off.
do you really think that's how they do shit? You know, like, I know the feeling of people thinking, like, they made a call for you, no, they made a call. They said something on a podcast, and I had to deliver it. I still had to write the comedy. I still had to. There's people who did the last comedy open up the door for tech. Where are they today? Keep the comedy on Zoom. You know, these guys had opportunities. They just didn't know what to follow. People always, I always talk about this. People always want to get on Rogan. When I started, it was always Letterman. It was always Johnny Cash, Johnny Carson. Right. Well, that's the one thing. It's what you do after you get that. Mm-hmm. That's going to rock it. It's not getting that. I got my job. All right, now what? You got the job. Now what the fuck are you going to do this? Mm-hmm. That's what you're always planning. Like I'm always planning not what's in front of me. I'm already planning exactly how this goes down without moving a finger. I let it do it to me. I'll give you an example. I'm doing the podcast.
Fuck yeah.
No. Nobody knows it. I'm running up the time. 20 minutes. I didn't earn it. All
You get to earn it.
do you want it? And I took it. Now, the picture that somebody's going to take of me, I post, I'm not to do that. They're already, there's 18,000 people there. Let's pretend 100 will take a picture and put it up at the post the next day. The next day, just people see that and they're going, I'm going to go see where I can buy a ticket. Well, I know that. I'm using it as a workout. I'm using the garden as a 20-minute fucking workout. I got no material.
Yes, you do.
I'm using it as a fucking workout. But I already know where it's going to take me. Like, I'm already thinking like that. You're not going to get that from just starting comedy today. You're going to get that from over time and doing it. And you start learning different fucking things, you know. And that's what I like about what you're doing right now. Don't worry about where you're at. You're doing it. That's the most important thing. I know 20 people at home. What is the standard? What is the with what the Knicks tonight? Because the Knicks are going to be in the playoff. The Knicks are more important to you. I know 100 people. Like I said, we put a fucking sign out tomorrow. Put a building in that you by Rutgers and go, be the next Joe Rogan. Learn how to podcast. I could quit. I have a sucker in there every fucking 20 minutes. I want to be like, I shaved my head, I got tattoos. It's crazy. People think, yeah, but the work. It's nice. It's nice to be a bartender. Remember, George, when we were kids? Yeah, Bruce Willis was a bartender. And somebody went in there and put him on Miami Vice. Yeah, like you bought that fucking line. No, we had to go to acting class. We didn't know a bunch of shit. But when he got Miami Vice, he was involved in 20 things over. When he was shooting on it, he got the show on ABC.
Welcome.
But growing up, they said, oh, he was bartender. The guy went in there and saw bartender. Unless he's doing this shit. Now you don't remember. You know what I'm saying? Now you don't remember, right? That's, we all think that things are going to happen. Fucking influencers, these girls are hot. And they're like, oh, what profile? Somebody will put me in a movie. They're not going to put you in a movie. They're going to fuck the shit out of you first. They're coming out of everywhere. Like Harvey Weinstein and shit. They'll put you in a movie. But I don't want you to think that putting you in a movie because of your artistic fucking whatever. They put you in a movie because you got big tits. And they'll just they'll cut you out. They'll tell you a movie. They'll cut you out. You'll be the next one. That's really hot chick that's movies. And she's a fucking worker. I just saw her acting in a movie. First off, it was the worst movie I ever saw in my life. The first, The Expendables. Terrible. But the Fox girl, that's her name. Megan Fox, she was in that. And I'm like, this is what she's going to do the rest of her life. Somebody fucked her. She's hot. And this is it. But there's no fucking great roles for her. There's no fucking pretty women for her. Or, whatever the fuck those roles are.
Well, let's take that out, though. So, like, because you did it in acting, you did the $100 a day. If someone called you for the longest job in LA and you had done a couple of things,
Welcome.
Well,
I would get ready.
How you living, Pam?
You gotta get ready. So for me,
How are you? Good. I was swimming with your class or whatever. Very cool. We'll post up. Enjoy.
I have two trains of thought. The one train of thought is you could just read a book so much. That's me out as an American. I want to be a writer. Let me go to the place and buy 20 books on writing. You just killed yourself for 5 years reading. You're right. It improves over the week. I'm going to the zoo. It's going to be a Sunday. Today I'm going to kick the fucking 8. Whatever the fuck you're going to do, that's when you become too booky and we think too much. Okay? I got called for basketball. You think I went to an acting class before that? You think I knew anything about acting? I know about Street Flying Through the Air, and I know about The Godfather, and I like Marlon Brando, how he acted, but I didn't know anything. I still remember going on that set and going, stepping on your mark, and I'm like, what mark? Like the marks. And then I remember going on an acting job, and that was the same things to me. I had to tell them, I don't know what I'm doing. No, but they're like that. Like, how the fuck? I don't know what I'm doing. And the only thing that saved me was that girl, her father was big. Sidney Porty had scholarship, and that was his daughter. And I was so mad. He used to come into the video store with that little black girl. I asked, I go, she goes, yeah, all the time, my dad. I go, he's come to command the video. Ask your dad next time he talks to you. I'll ask him tonight. She came back, she's like, yeah. Oh my God. I go, yeah. So she was kind of nice to me. She was like, I'll show you what to do. I go, Bro, as soon as that movie ended, as soon as that TV show ended, I borrowed money from Josh Wolf and I got doing it. Right? Because now it was getting serious. No, I thought I was just going to fucking, okay. But they were giving me lines and shit. So I didn't know.
How dare they?
You want me to read? Oh, yeah. So I didn't know. So then I went to an acting class. And then, as I was doing the acting class, I started booking while I was doing the acting class. And the karma came together. But I didn't just do that. Like, there's people that'll tell you, there's schools in California. If you go to their act, they'll tell you, you can't go on auditions for 2 years. 2 years? You know what? You don't even know what you're talking about. Because now they get to blend it together. You know, like they get to go to class. Right. It's like being a union. If you're an apprentice, you gotta go to Teterboro twice a week to learn how to fucking burn shit. Then you're on the job. Right. And you might start as a laborer carrying pipe. Right. But eventually all that shit's gonna mix together. So you're gonna be doing pipe and then you go over there and they're gonna be teaching how to do the same pipe. That's what is really insane. I would never tell you you're going to be my comedy student, but don't get on stage. No, I want you to fail. Right. I want you to come with questions for me every week going, look at my best material. They threw a tomato at me. All right, let's start from the videotape. Let's see the videotape. But that's why I think that people, they get too booky and then they don't end up doing anything. Or they get into stuff without really. So it's kind of a catch-22.
It really is. Because it's like, as someone listening to it, not mad at you or anything, but it's like, you can't, it's hard to be like, okay, get prepared, but then also don't do some of this stuff. Like, it's, you know, it's like sort of like, if you have to prepare doing certain things, like certain roles, or certain set, like doing the open mics, doing those 4 p.m. open mics. And it's hard to know when to cut it off for yourself.
You cut it off when you think it's time to listen. Between a professional and an amateur, right?
What's that?
You really fucking think about it. A lot of people really
sure they're good.
As a laborer, coming here every day and bang nails and shit, but you'll feel like a laborer until one day you look me in the eye and go, "What do you think I can fucking right here? You know what I'm doing? I get to this fucking painter. I want $15 more than what you're paying me." It's your decision. Amateur and professional, it's you. It's not somebody holding you back. You decide that you're going to do this as a fucking professional. They want me to be here at 8, I'm going to be at 8:45. You know, I'm going to be the best motherfucker in this room. That's the difference between an amateur and a professional. It's not. You know,
right. But then also, and going to all these open mics and these shows, I see it. There's people who have that mentality that you have, or have the skill.
Well, listen, there's a lot of people who are. I'll tell you the most is you gotta ask questions. Like the cat died 7 times because he was fucking curious. Not because he sat there looking at his window and the old lady who does the yarn every day. Right. The cat looks out the window and goes, look at that fucking bird. They're gonna kick this fucking ass today. And then he goes after the bird, fucks him up. He comes in as a cat. You follow me? It's the same shit. You know what
but there are people, and you know, people could be listening, asking if it's me, but you're like, yeah, I know you've seen it. Comics aren't fun. And like, to make it, like, if they're listening right now, and they're like, okay, I gotta do this, I'm not doing okay. But then maybe they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing for them. You know, isn't it kind of weird?
All right. We can go on DraftKings and better help. Perfect. And then I'll come back, give you time to relax. I can see that.
Yeah, everything's moving right now.
Yeah,
so
everything's moving.
I'm really trying to keep it cool, to be honest with you.
We'll be back in 30 seconds. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here to talk to you about March. When it comes to college basketball, nothing is for certain. You'll watch upsets, beaters, top picks going home early. Get it on full action with DraftKings Sportsbook. You understand me? Whether it's a live bet exclusive content, promos, parlays. It's the thing to do this much. You know, the birds are chirping, the sun is out. We need some more action, okay? Now, if you haven't put a bet up with DraftKings before, first time, here's something special for you. Ready? New DraftKings customers. New customers only. You're going to bet $5 and you're going to get 200 in bonus bets like that. Viva la France. Bet the unexpected with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey for new customers only to get 200 in bonus bets. Just bet $5. A fin to get in. Who's better than you? Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 7369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas. Varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see ekng.co/audio.
This episode is also brought to you by BetterHelp, one of my favorite sponsors in the world. Why? Traditional in-person therapy can cost you anywhere from $100 to $250 a session to $400. With BetterHelp's online therapy, you can save an average up to 50% per session. Listen, the summer's coming. It's that time of the year. Mental health is just as important as physical health. So it's time to get that brain a checkup. Listen, I was with BetterHelp for like 9-10 months. They helped me out a lot with anxiety. They gave me a couple of tools to work for. What's the color of the wall? Blue. Okay. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform. They've served over 5 million people globally. One of them has been me. If you want to switch therapists, if you want that, it's done. It's easy to get started. It's easy to fit into your schedule. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/Diaz, D-I-A-Z, today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com, HELP.com/Diaz. BetterHelp will help you out. Trust me what I'm telling you. I give you my personal fucking word on this. And that's it, guys. We're back, bitches. Don't forget, if you're hearing voices, BetterHelp will help you. And if, DraftKings, it's March, baby. It's the month you've been waiting for. Anyway, we're back to talk to you about He calls fucking BetterHelp once a month. This podcast. Again, I'm what you're talking about, Dr. Lee. Listen, who the fuck am I or you? Have you ever had somebody come up to you and make a weird remark? Like the first 5 or 6 years you do comedy, they'll come up to you and make the weirdest remarks. Sometimes your feelings get hurt. Sometimes you don't know how to. You're just starting out. You know, and I'm from Montberger. I still remember doing a show in the city, and your uncle, a bunch of guys driving me, and on the way back, they suck. They're like, go, suck. That guy was funny.
Welcome.
You're not funny. That's
Welcome.
great. You were great.
Yo, dog, how'd you find out about me? Did you find out about me from Blue Sky, perhaps? Yo, did you find out about me from Blue Sky? Oh, tight. You found out about me from Twitter? That's amazing. I didn't find out talking to you. Did you find out about me from Blue Sky? Blue Sky. That's amazing, dog. All right. Are you ready to hear all about me? Excellent. Well, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you so much for coming. Apologies for my bots. I'm doing my best to promote world peace in my Discord. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, and I have been for more than 3 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I talk about some things to improve the world, such as ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Very long name. It's worth tens of millions. Oh, you know about it? You're amazing, dude. And we have built wells in Nigeria. I want to continue good projects like that. I'm a major advocate of the Lifestyle program, but most importantly, I want to mainstream desalination technology, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived than any person in global history, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you and everyone who's helped me along the way very happy and very rich. So, how am I going to do it? Well, you have to understand data is more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, everything. And I have more data than any person. So what I'm going to do when I go viral, and it's going to happen with these bots, is I'm going to give you the money to be able to take care of your friends and family first off, and generationally, and then I want you to be able to start charities of your own to help the world and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. I talk about other things that are going to change the world when people get the opportunity to hear what I do. I'm essentially a real life Truman Show, if you know the movie starring Jim Carrey from the 1990s, or real life. That's what I am. The only difference is that we have my consent to do this. And I talk about some things that are going to revolutionize society. Things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, faster than light travel at Rabbi Rothschild. But I have over I have over 200 different Instagrams. I have more data archived on Instagram than any person in global history. I talk about other things that are very important to society, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but in the year 2003, the first successful de-extinction took place. It was of the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic. Exactly. They're working on it within the next 3 years. They already brought back the dire wolf. They already brought back the dire wolf. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth using African elk surrogates. Yeah, exactly. And then they want to reintroduce the dodo bird. So we may be able to see some really exciting advancements in biological technology within the next few years, and I want people to know about it. Additionally, I want to help you, and this is all with your consent, but like when you were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology with your consent, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, things like perhaps stem cells and cryogenics, things like the I don't know what you're referencing. Yeah, it was a bluebird. Exactly. But I want to be able, I want to, absolutely, that could happen. Hey, whatever you want to do. Essentially, though, you may be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, I'm 120 years old. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? This is again, no, 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 I'm 39, but you may be 120 years old someday with this life extension, perhaps. Exactly. And then you may be able to utilize technology with your consent known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer if you want, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your perhaps for later download. Android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of your. Absolutely. If you want. Excellent. So those are absolutely. And you're on the ground floor. That's correct. Exactly. 100%. Exactly. So you found out about me from Blue Sky? Did you really or no? That's okay. Okay, very well. Well, I'm live on Twitter right now. Feel free to enjoy. We're just watching podcasts, watching our friend here play Doom. And if you have any questions, I'm here to help you. But you should know most of all, if you need anything, I'm here to be a supportive person. I'm here to be positive. I'm here to give you an optimistic view on the world and just to have hope. So if you never need anything, I'm here to help you, okay? 24 hours a day for the last 3.5 years. No, I started the Discord a year ago, so Discord for a year. Yeah, I've actually been in it longer than a year. I didn't start my own Discord until a year ago, but I was in other people's Discords for more than a year, for like 3 years. I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord, the number one streamer in Kai Sanat's Discord, the number one streamer in I Show Speed's Discord. Nope, he doesn't stream in his own Discord quite often. And I'm the number one streamer in Amaranth. Yeah, in the VC. I'm the number one streamer out there all the time. She may. With that, I'm going to continue watching this podcast and working on my robots. Thank you so much for being here.
Just doing coke, like, okay, I suck at it. It hurts. It's not cool. So who the fuck?
No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah. You're really
No.
not funny. You should quit this shit. There was a time none of us were funny. And one day you just hit a fucking snake. else in life. You go to jiu-jitsu, you get fucking torn apart for 18 months, and what? You decide to do something. It just you would stand up and make these people get punched in the head for a living. We were talking about that before. Be retarded after one. You just don't know what to call that out. Well, they're gonna never have. If they see open minded, they show up everywhere. I do this, I go home, I get voices, I was right in this basement. I'll tell you what now you the guy, I'm not being some guy get on stage, he's going, went to the hotel and jumped off the top of the fucking hotel. This is doing this is
Right.
you know, and this happens to musicians. How many fucking idiots go on show the voice? Do you think about that? I'm living a life. I mean, really good the job. And you go to Holly Parr that sounds like Joey Diaz. That was great. That was great. You know, how many times?
Yeah.
So I can never tell somebody suck to have a dream. Listen,
Again, you. And it's,
now, something I can tell you something. About 10 days ago,
okay.
I know I've forgotten about it. The first thing that I was that. I said this to myself, I go, she didn't shoot herself yet. Because you know, 20 years to try this, right? 25 years on the back of my she got there. She was there 5 years before I was there. And she's still doing it. I go, she didn't shoot. That was my first reaction. So I get it. Like right now, what I know, I would have left LA in 2013. Wasted my time for years. I could have done what I was.
Everyone is. Don't worry about it. Because people spam crap in there, and I don't want it.
It's like, we're going to see him. He's going to get there. Tomorrow night, it's just a revolving door. You're wasting your time.
Right, but for stand-up specifically, you don't think being at the store once a week helped?
Can you? It helps you. I mean, you're just going around. Everything else, I got to make sure I'm not going. It's just a rotating door.
Right, but you said you would have left into that. Take career out of it. I'm talking about you. You know when you're funny, and you know when you're supposed to be. Do you think you would have been as funny if you left out?
I was doing 20 fucking years ago. I mean, 2015.
I've not seen a lot of things.
About me, I don't base on anybody I want to fucking say anything. I could just say one word. Comedy store. That's a bitch. You want to say something? Yeah, that Tuesday and Thursday. Look at them. What do you want to say? Fuck. It's it. It can go never happen again. When you My work. England goes like a, if you let me down, come on down, motherfucker, and try it. Give it one. Give it one. But you get, but you see where else trying to fucking lay claim. Don't even, for me, it wasn't anything else. It was those 4 years. You walked in there on most people faint. Because I know I felt like fucking fainting. When I would come around that liquor store, you know, when you get all low can, I'd go like, why am I going down there? I'm going down there to destroy my career. I'm going to the ADCC, whatever the fuck that is. If I have a bad set down here, it's going to get around. Mm-hmm. So when I would hit that fucking stage, I make sure. Like I just heard Judd Apatow went back to the store. That's because Papa's not there. Because Papa jacked him so bad, he had to go to. When you're not that funny, then you go to another club called, what's that club thing? Largo. That's where they call it alternative comedy. Oh my God, that's so brilliant. That's where you go. But on Tuesday and Thursday, that kind of comedy didn't work. Comedy was never designed for these. Right. Like if you go into the club in the city, I'll take you to clubs in the city now. That shit wouldn't work in the comedy store. It would not work. She engraved Marines. That's Marines. People who jump out of a plane, land, and instead of it exploding, they make you laugh. That's what Minji Short trained. Mm-hmm. It's a part of that. So everybody, all these, you know, these people that you see on these comedy, Steve Martin with an arrow in his head, he could suck my dick.
So like, I'm
not saying nothing disrespectful to nobody. I'm just telling you how I feel. If you have a problem with that, come on down.
Right, but you also said at the beginning, they said if you knew what you knew now, you would have left for that.
I would have left, but that is something that sticks out of my mind. I'm happy I didn't.
Okay.
Because I was part of those fucking lineups. And
you were just part of them, dude. You were
a lot of people wouldn't make those lineups today. A lot of people would walk and look at that lineup and go, my mother's in bad shape. I gotta run home, you know.
Yeah.
And I saw it. I saw it. For years, you couldn't be an okie doke comic and walk into the store. It was not going to work.
No.
And now, over the years, it's gotten softer. And, oh, my God, I love your hair. That shit did not work.
God damn it. It was someone I just was watching a really great comic talking about competition. And he was saying that it wasn't. Oh, maybe it was Bill Murray. I don't know. But it was Bill Murray. But it wasn't so much like Bill Murray. I'm not in the stand-up sense, but in an acting sense. He's like, okay. And that's what the store felt like then, and I wasn't part of it, but it was all the best in the world being the best. So if you were even a step below, it would have been noticeable. It would have been noticeable, I think.
Very noticeable.
And I think, it was that's. I'm glad you stayed for that too, because dude, I don't know, and I just going to shows back then, and having people whether it was the 20 minutes of the store or the hour, it was just a crazy. I've never experienced stand up like that.
No, it was hard hitting. All those people that wear hats. Smoking a cigarette anybody with scarves, guys that wear scarves to be cool on a Tuesday night, they disappeared from there. Tattoos and piercings, that shit didn't go over. It was a stage and a microphone, and you better bring it. Just like life, you come with all disguises, the piercing, come with disguises you want. When that shit rolls over, either you got it or you don't. You can wear your little skull caps, smoke a cigarette, be cool in front of your friends. But when the shit comes down, either you got it or you don't. Those hats, those tattoos, those hairdos with the spike, I'm going to put blonde streaks. So my friends come up to me and go, oh my God, no. That's not funny, right? And that's what happened. That's why you go to some comedy clubs, people up there with a suit with sneakers on. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. This ain't a costume party.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
This ain't a costume party. And that's why I always respected the store. and I respected coming out of the store. I saw a fucking dude play the piano one night at the store, and Eddie Griffin went up there and he goes, "This ain't the music store, motherfucker. There's the comedy store, bitch."
Oh no!
And we fucking died. The guy would kill him.
Yeah.
The guy would kill him with his piano. He's a black guy. La, 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 la. I'm like, this ain't the music store, motherfucker. The guitar center's down the corner. Well, they play all the guitars you want, drums and pianos. It's not fucking comedy. And now what I'm not even going to get to the subject there, because I have people banding up a fucking, band shit. But, right now you're in a spot leader, you have to make it, you have to be funny and figure it out on your own. That's it. You have to figure this out on your own. In time, you'll latch onto a club that gives you 7 spots a week. That'd be great. And then you can work your shit. It's going to take one person to go, hey, that New York comedy club. I banged the system. What do you call it? That's what happened. For years, you're over there sending tapes, going over, and all of a sudden it takes one guy to go, I played top for the fucking guy. You want to get home tomorrow? And that's what happens. At least you're not at home. And that guy said to you, I'll talk to him tomorrow. What if you just sit at home with your girlfriend? Nobody gives me a spot. I can't get through New York. And all of a sudden I get here. That's a New York comedy club. Now you're fucking. Yeah. You're there. You're prepared. Like when you do it, people think I used to go on a Rogan podcast and just get hot. I love that. Right? I love that. Everything was planned down to my shirt. Yeah. Everything is planned. I want you to think I'm still stoned. Yeah, keep thinking that, motherfucker. That's how I robbed you. And then you said he's a thief because you thought I was not gonna. You thought I was too coked up to put a gun to your fucking head. Well, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. Okay. So it's the same thing. Right. So you better bring this shit to make him go back, and the people at home go, "What the fuck is he talking about?" That's that. Because he's got 1,000 guests on a year. Right. So if you want to go on there with your okey-doke story about your grandmother or some bullshit that your father got a splinter, you got to go over there and drop it. And that's the comedy stand in New York. When you get your chance, listen, bro, this to do a spot in front of Mitzi Shore when you're doing comedy for 8 years, it was scary, but I knew it was that or me going back to North Bergen to sell drugs until I got shot or OD or died. That's how I fucking did it.
And it's weird that this is the first thing I've in probably my entire life.
What, comedy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's confidence is not something I feel a lot. And I thought I did. Like I liked editing when I went to college for it. And I was okay at it. But this comedy being confident in comedy, and I'm not saying for where I am. But like the last 2-3 months, I feel very confident that I didn't.
Why do you feel confident? Because you're prepared.
Okay.
Okay, nobody likes surprises because they're not prepared. Right? Yeah. You're prepared, motherfucker. And getting on stage every night, I know, listen, man, 5, 6, 7 years of comedy, it sucks. It sucks. You're trying to give up your job. You're trying to quit your day job. You're trying to make enough money every month to keep that. There's always a club that doesn't want to talk to you. There's always, there's always an obstacle. But there's obstacles in life, right? So the first obstacle you have now is getting rid of this fucking job next year. That's one obstacle. Now you got to make enough money to pay the bills and all that shit. And that stress alone will kill you. And that's why you don't go on vacation, right? Because the first, you become like, I always tell people, I've loved working on commission since I'm a kid. You know why? Because on the first, you and me are even. There's no Joey Diaz been doing comedy for 30 years. There's none of that. We're even on the first. And that gets my dick hard. I never wanted enough. Why, I'm working for this. Well, you have a ceiling over your head now. Mm-hmm. So go for it, motherfucker. If you're on commission, you got to tell mama, we're not going to Parakeet Islands this year. And stick to it. I don't give a fuck about me. I'm not fucking doing it. I don't have time to lose. When I'm 60, then I'll fucking go to Parakeet Islands or whatever idea your family has, all this shit. If you want something, you gotta go for it, man.
Yeah.
And that's it. You're in New York. You're in the fucking major leagues. So you better go home and think about how do you belong in the major leagues.
I know it, but
Maybe you're looking at this differently. I want you to look at it like, what am I going to do to belong in the major leagues? It took me 7 years to realize I was in the major leagues. And I stopped smoking coke and I go, I'm in the major leagues, motherfucker. What the fuck am I doing with my life? You're in the major leagues, not as major as LA.
right.
But you're right there. So you have to switch your thinking and get, how am I going to get noticed? Because that's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to get mentioned before you get noticed. So somebody's going to have to go, man, have you seen this little fucking Julius I had? He was on fire the other night at this place,
Yeah.
It's such a fucking catch-22. And you guys think, like, look, I'm going to go to LA, you can't get an agent. Well, why can't I get an agent? Because you got to have something. Well, the only way I can book a movie is if I have an agent. Well, figure it the fuck out, right? And you walk out of the office going, what am I going to do? Okay, I got to go down to the fucking thing every Wednesday. George, remember? Every Thursday, I used to buy that stupid magazine that they used to sell at all the newsstands in New York. They sell those in LA too. And you got to go in there and open up the paper and go, oh, I'm going to go do a college film that shoots at night with 3 Chinese kids that don't know how to shoot a film. They're going to shoot my film. And that's what I did for 2 years. I just applied for all those, and I would get it on Wednesday, so the envelopes went out on Thursday, and I would hear back by Friday. There was no like, oh, well, and I would do that while I was coked out. When I get home from the comedy store, I'd fucking do those envelopes and write out with your hand instead of typing, so you put the time into it. It's fucking A to Z. It's not just, it's A to Z, and that's why people understand. And that's why people become magicians. Because they don't want to work it. They don't want to fucking work it, please. So,
Right.
You got the world by the ball if you're young. You got money put away. It's time to really sit down and write your goals and not overthink shit. You're the type of guy, you have a plan, and then mid-war, you change it.
Yeah.
Stick to that motherfucking plan. You haven't even really executed it, but stick to it. Put a new reel up every 3 months. But I got to see it on Facebook. I got to see it on Instagram. I got to see it on my daughter's Instagram. Like if I look at her Instagram and I'm a kid's Instagram,
right.
I see somebody sharing it on there. That's you. Those are little things that you do. And even if nobody sees it, who's watching?
The universe.
The universe is always fucking watching. And even if nobody says, well, I didn't get into your package, it's free. You'll get one with 2 fucking legs. The apocalypse. The package will leave coming, but that's how you have to look at it. But you can't give up.
No.
Listen, you don't get down on yourself, bitch. I get down on myself, and I've been doing this for 33 fucking years. At the beginning, when I was struggling, I'd really get down on myself for a few days. It's an emotion.
Like if you bomb, you get down on yourself?
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! And then right away, you'll know what happened. Yeah. When you bond, as soon as you get off that stage, soon before your girlfriend comes up to you, oh my God, you were so funny. No, it wasn't. Shut the fuck up. I already know what I did wrong. I went up there with too much. I went up there with too much bravado. I didn't introduce myself properly. There's 1,000 reasons why you bombed. And yeah, in my mind, those reasons, shove them up your ass. I bombed because I sucked. And yourself over. There's comics at the microphone system. Keep telling yourself that. Right, telling yourself that stupid excuse. You bombed because you suck. Go home, have a roast, come back tomorrow. The fuck again. It's the same thing when the Haitian kid beats you up. You're not going to stay in. You're going to have a roast beef sandwich. Go out there and go, let's go, Rudy the Haitian. Let's get another 3 fucking rounds. And if you get beat up, it's the same shit. You go home, have another roast beef sandwich, and go out there and win. And eventually, you're going to get a punch in, and eventually, you're going to knock the motherfucker out.
Right. And I'm definitely feeling that, man. I think
I can see that. I can see right now that you're feeling.
You know exactly what I'm feeling. Fucking the only place in the world. Let's take all these mushrooms and then have a normal
All these
conversation.
mushrooms.
What do you mean?
1 gram.
First of all, you sent pictures of 2 different mushrooms. There are 1/8. Also, you get here a Ziploc bag, 26 different mushrooms in there.
I gave him the mushrooms.
No, you did not.
I swear to my daughter. I weighed the mushrooms.
And even if you did, that's still 3 grams of mushrooms. I'm fucked up.
Who gives a fuck, Lee?
What do you mean? Who gives a fuck? I don't give. I'm not. Did I complain one podcast? I'm just fucking.
I eat mushrooms every week with John's balls. Let it go. Stop it. You're not training. You do that risky shit during the week. Those 25 grams, and you play hard. And then you come here, look what happens.
I was fine.
You can either pay me out or
I've
pay
been
me
paying.
later.
I didn't say one weird thing. I've been in outer space in a long fucking time.
Why are you getting upset?
Because you keep saying,
Dilly dally.
no, it's Dally. I'm not too.
In fact, I gave him a smaller one.
No, you didn't.
I'll show you right now, motherfucker.
A smaller one.
I'll show you.
Yeah, it
I
was
gave
short,
you-
but it was
No,
thick.
I gave him a smaller one.
A smaller one.
Look, I showed you this one.
You're using pictures from 8 months ago.
And I
I forgot about this. No, last week you didn't. I kept saying you didn't weigh it. You didn't weigh it. And then
He
you're
cries.
like, no, I didn't cry.
No
You
matter
said I
what,
weighed it.
listen,
You're looking for pictures in October. You're like, I weighed it, and I'm just looking for the picture in October, looking for mushrooms that you don't expect. Watermelon mushroom.
I don't know a word he's saying. It's
Oh,
fucking
you know what I'm
softball.
saying.
I don't know nothing.
Yes, you do.
He's just over there getting all like, it's like Gaza, beat up your mom. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because you keep saying I'm doing shit. I'm
Yeah, you
lying,
are.
and I haven't cried
It takes
once.
you 20 minutes to eat them.
I'm so sorry that the mushrooms don't taste good.
Well, they don't
Who
taste
cares
good.
about
There's
why they
anything
taste
about-
me eat them?
You eat that fucking lizard meat.
What lizard meat?
The best shit you've been eating for 30 years. And now
You keep saying that they paid the restaurant paid Google off to take the lizard meat off the review. You can't do that. There's no lizard meat. God
you've been
damn
eating
it.
lizard meat since
I can't say anything about food in my entire. I'll be 60 years old saying I like this restaurant. Lizard meat.
Yeah, listen, you know why? It's like sucking a dick when you're 21. You're never going to win an argument after that. You know that. Yeah, well, I would have done this.
I didn't eat lizard meat. You said
sucked
I
a
ate
dick
lizard
20
meat.
years ago. That never gets forgotten. You ate lizard meat. At
I
that
did not.
restaurant, on top of the French, and they told you it was carnitas.
First of all, I like carne asada. Not carne. You like
That
pork.
was not carne asada, Doug.
Ugh.
This was the worst restaurant. You could see it was condemned, and he's in
No,
there
it's
every
not
week.
condemned.
20,000
Now,
restaurants
baby.
in North Hollywood. This
They
guy
all
would
look
pick.
condemned in North Hollywood. Have you seen North Hollywood? The entire city looks condemned.
One night I gave him and his girlfriend a gift certificate to a fucking fine dining
Morton's.
establishment. Morton's. And these guys still didn't take it.
Yeah, we saved it. It was also for lunch, by the way. So
What she want to eat? Some
this is a
fucking
relationship
mystery
10
meat
years
or
ago.
something.
Why am I in
Exactly.
trouble for what she wanted to do when we lived in LA?
Because this falls on you.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I
This
gave
was
you
only in
$100
2025.
gift certificate for Morton's, and instead you went and got mystery meat somewhere because she wanted to get mystery meat. So did you.
Okay, maybe I did.
A
I
fine
don't know. A
restaurant.
taco sounds good
So now
sometimes.
you're gonna fucking tell me you never
So
ate
the
lizard
first
meat.
day you get the gift card, I have to use the gift card?
Exactly. Immediately. It's like if I'm going to Burger King,
Right?
and somebody gives me a fucking card to Maestro to get a steak. There's no double thinking, Lee.
I wasn't double thinking. Dude, I don't know.
You
I don't
didn't end
remember
up
what
at the
happened last
steakhouse,
week.
did you not?
What?
You didn't end up at the steakhouse.
Probably not.
No. So that means
But
you
what
ate
does this have to
lizard
do with today? What are you
Because-
talking about?
because-
The steak I didn't get right away
Look at him.
in 2016. What are you looking at me?
Look at him. Look at him.
You're just saying this like
He's
it's
like
a normal
bad woman.
conversation.
He won't stop.
Oh, you won't stop.
No, he's
This
red.
is in 2016.
I haven't seen him that upset since fucking,
You're bringing up fucking a relationship that was 2 relationships ago.
That's like I said to you. Once you suck a dick, it'll never get forgotten. Once
What
you
dick
eat
did I
lizard
suck?
meat, once you eat lizard
I didn't eat lizard meat though.
Yes, you did. You kept eating it over. We used to go to a place. Delicious breakfast place. Best bacon you ever had.
It was good bacon.
Ask him. How many times you worked there?
I went
They
a
would go
bunch.
to they would go to Denny's. To eat
We
that.
would not go to Denny's. No, you're lying.
Denny's.
Fucking fake news. I did not go to Denny's. The thing that you get upset about is that I would get it to go. I lived 2 blocks away. And yeah, she wanted to get. Yeah, but I didn't go to Denny's. They had fucking AIDS bacon. You went. I went to Denny's with you. When that place was open, we would go to. You know, I looked up kids.
Look, he's been eating lizard meat,
I have no.
French fries,
Come
and
here
shit.
where I eat, motherfucker. You'll
Long
see it.
Beach.
Yeah,
Now-
carne asada fries is good.
Listen, I had no carne asada fries, but the problem was there was no carne asada on those fries. It was lizard meat or pigeon, because you love those restaurants.
Well, the pigeon tastes good, motherfucker. I don't know what the
That's
fuck
right.
you're talking
Now you
about.
want to say that, but your little Jew feet, you want to say that.
Oh.
Anyway, guys, it was a great show. This poor bastard.
I'm fine. You're
2 hours.
fired up. You're talking about
We're going to
2016.
start documenting how long it is to eat one.
I'm still not done with the
1.5.
mushroom.
All right, let's say the gram. Let's say the mushroom is 1.5 grams. It still took him 22 minutes. He
Who
looks
times
at it.
someone?
He looks at it. If I gave him a fucking egg roll, it would be done
Yeah, because it's a
in
much
3
more
seconds.
enjoyable
It could be
experience.
2 days old, and he would eat it in 3 seconds. A mushroom, but they don't taste good. What about the lizard meat he ate?
I didn't eat lizard meat.
Yes,
And
you
if I
did.
did eat it, was good.
Yeah, because they creamed it up.
Thank God.
They put cream on it, or they came on it, whatever the fuck you ate.
Another coming on it?
Yeah, anything but fucking straight up type stuff. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the show today. Sorry about this fucking montage.
What did I do?
Never ate the mushroom, never wants to be in training.
I'm in trouble.
We're soldiers here. Look at the shape. Last week he was doing coke. Every time we called him Lee, what? What? That wasn't me. But anyway, Lee, where you at this weekend?
This weekend, I'm at Off Cabot, Friday and Saturday. The 29th, I'm at Broadway Comedy Club.
That's next week.
I know.
I didn't ask you about next week.
I told you.
I asked you about this week.
I know, and I told you where it was.
All right, but don't mention next week.
All right.
This week we're at the dojo on Wednesday night. That's it. Doing a couple sets. I owe you people a shot just before the hospital stays, and that's it, motherfuckers. I love you. Tip Top Lagoon. I want to thank DraftKings. I want to thank BetterHelp, Lee's people, and Blue Chew. And I want to thank you guys for watching. Stay black. Have a great week, cocksuckers. What's up, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. If you want the maximum out of your sex life, you need Blue Chew Max. It combines the active ingredients like Viagra and Cialis into one chewable tablet. Bam! This baby's gonna get the job done for you quickly. It acts fast and it seriously lasts. And if that's not enough, Blue Chew's online service sends your EP meds right to your door. Nobody knows nothing. You talk to the doctor, he approves it in 2 days. And listen, in 3 days, you'll be jumping up and down with a new margarita. You know what I'm talking about? Getting started is easy and totally online. You chat with the licensed medical provider, and if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days, guys. And listen, whether you don't have ED or you do have ED, no matter what, you're showing up with 3 guns. You follow me? She's not going to want it. She's going to call you the next day. What'd you hit me with, Papa? Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And there's a special deal for the Church New Testament family. You're going to get 1 month of Blue Chew for free. That's what I'm talking about, okay? It's March. What is it? March, April? Forget it. You start now in March. By July, you'll be a savage. You understand me? So do yourself a favor, go to Blue Chew and press in promo code Joey, Joey, and just pay $5 for shipping to get that party started. You understand me? That girl will be fucking jumping up and down when you get through with that Blue Chew pill. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like, don't eat 10 of them. You know what I'm saying? Then you really fucking knock people out. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happened, you bad motherfuckers? We're back! Like herpes. It's March the 11th, Tuesday. A beautiful day to be alive. I know I wasn't here last week. Shit happened. I was in county jail, but we're about to start this motherfucker right now. The church is in session, bitches. Uncle Joey here. Listen, it's time to make feeling good nice and easy. Ditch all the boring guided meditations. All you need is Via. Via is changing the game in natural wellness, combining high-quality, hemp-derived ingredients with powerful cannabinoids to create serious results. Whether you want more focus, better sleep, or boosting your love life, Via has you covered. Listen, Uncle Joey, you guys know my tolerance is off the chain. I eat like 2 of these daytime. They call them daytime 100 milligrams. I'm ready to go. Last night I ate 8 pieces of toast with butter last night. Who does that? You understand me? That's what Via does. So customize your Via experience by choosing the type of relaxation you're looking for, along with the level of THC you want. With products ranging from 0 to high cannabinoid levels, they'll have something for everyone. So if you're 21 and older, treat yourself to 15% off and get a free gift on your first order. Use our exclusive code Joey, Joey, at viahemp.com. Again, Joey at viahemp.com. Please enjoy the free shipping on orders over $100. That's viahemp.com, code word Joey. Thank you for supporting the podcast. What's up, dog? We're back. We have the beautiful and talented Miss Rachel Feinstein here today. We got my man Lee Syed who didn't want to eat a mushroom. You're a liar. Looking at it. You had to put in a meatball sandwich. Unbelievable.
You'll see by the end of this episode what wasn't a gram. It wasn't a gram. They didn't give it 2 of them. Each one had 8 different caps on it. It was bigger than any marshmallow I've ever seen, and it wasn't even blue. It was already fuzzing over the blue.
I slept with gram in my toes that night.
I know you did. I took like 7 grams. I'm gonna be fucking on the floor.
That's okay. We got a couch for you here.
Yeah, mushrooms are not like a Jew's drug.
No, they're not. Jews don't do well with drugs. That's why we have Manischewitz. It's the most disgusting wine in the world. Jews don't get fucked up.
I feel like we can drink, but like if I do mushrooms, like it just accentuates every quality I've been trying to erase my entire life. I'm just gonna be like shivering in a corner.
I ask everyone, are you mad at me? Are you mad at me?
Jews love to party. Epstein and Yahoo.
Epstein,
They love to party. Yeah.
Is it the first Jew you have to
leave
bring
with
up?
our best, please.
Who?
That's like, what if we say you bring up Cuba, we bring up Castro? Why do you gotta bring up the worst Jew?
Epstein is a great opening joke.
Well, he's Jewish, but just, he knows how to throw a party. He just fucking left the list on. And then Yahoo, on the other hand, ain't that stupid. When he fucks you, he kills you afterwards. You ain't telling no stories. There's no list. There's no claim manifest. There's nothing. That's a real fucking Jew. You understand? Anyway, how's it going?
Welcome to the podcast, Rick.
Oh my God. I don't know. I'm dressed like a district attorney, I realize for this. I should announce that I really overdressed today.
No, you look fantastic.
Thanks,
You got
guys.
class. I like these fucking wedges.
I just
They come here with the titties sticking out, trying to get fucking spots at the Comedy Cellar. Dirty bitches, you know what I'm saying?
so
You hold your own like a woman. Fuck yeah.
thank you. My Colombian friend, gay friend, did my makeup in Picos. I was like, hey, do you think I look okay in Picos? Yeah, that Colombian did a good job on you.
So she did your makeup or something? You look great.
Yes, he's like, yeah, the Colombian did a good job on you. That was his way of phoning a compliment, and that was like the best he was gonna do.
Is he gay too?
Yes.
Oh boy. Gay Spaniards are the best. Right?
Oh yeah.
Anybody could be gay. Meet a Latino guy, that's a fucking
They run a fucking
motherfuckers are old school fags. They get the training in the Bronx from the bodegas. You ever see the movie Crooklyn?
No, Brooklyn.
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 It's a
Spike Lee
Spike
movie.
Lee.
Yes,
Brooklyn
I saw
movie is
that. Yeah,
cool
long
too.
time
Nice
ago.
Brooklyn.
best scene in that movie is when the kid goes into the bodega and the Puerto Rican tranny's in there with a wig tipped over. He got like a black eye from the night before. I grew up around those guys in the Bronx.
Right.
Like when I used to go to my mother's dry cleaner, I always saw a Puerto Rican tranny, and they push it. This is way before. This is 40 years ago. They were the heels, the fucking makeup, the wig was always tight.
What was it called?
I feel like a lot of like gay guys. I feel like they know more about being a woman than women do sometimes. Like they'll give me notes where I wouldn't even occur to me because they've been thinking about it. Especially if you kind of want to be a woman, like you've been thinking about it your whole life. Like I don't know the difference between like a pencil skirt and a regular skirt, but like
I do.
a gay guy would be like they'll fucking notice you, and they clean me too. They notice I have debris on me because still a comic, I'm like an animal. Yeah,
Well,
they
Joe,
teach me how to be a woman.
you were saying that in San Francisco when you were there were like these Cuban dudes who had a girlfriend.
Yeah, in Cuba, in the old days, you could have a boyfriend that was really your girlfriend. You dressed them up in prison. They get backhands. It's hysterical. It's hysterical. They give them backhands. Shut up, Cayate. You know, fucking tremendous.
I feel like since I've got here, I have so many questions. I feel like this is the oldest reference ever, but I feel like Sandy from Greece. I'm like, what do you mean a backhand? Like, I need everything explained to me now. Like, I came here looking like a fucking paralegal. I'm like, can you understand? Tell me about the dark days and what the bad boys did. No, I don't understand.
That little gay fucking friend of yours and tell them, say, what do you do on Tuesday night? What happens in your world? Because that's when they're wizards. They're fucking wizards. And I've said this before. Men, the fireman, all of us in this room, we just live until we die. Gay guys get their money's worth every fucking night. And it's all the dirty shit we dreamed of as men. We just haven't got the balls to do it. But gay guys, like we said, that they were in LA on Tuesdays. It was a place that had a tent in it.
Right.
Because our friend was gay at the comedy store.
Still is.
And he still is.
That's great.
And he said he would walk in the tent and you had to fuck somebody or suck his dick. And unless you knew the person was, you had to go back in the tent. Like, it's torture. That's real fucking abuse. But you never see a gay guy going, I was on Epstein's list. He did bad things. No, only we get in trouble for that shit. Straight guys.
So wait, you're saying that the list, I mean, I think we could establish that, we could probably establish that Epstein is not a good guy. Like I'd like to distance myself.
Epstein? Yeah, no, it's a joke. But
No, I'm being absurd.
He's not a good guy at all.
No, he's not a class act, but no, I'm just being an asshole.
Gay guys are class acts, but they do dirty things. Like Eric,
Right.
used to have a kid come over every Monday, rub his feet, then jerk off on his feet and give him like $100. Who does that? I do that every night. Come over, cut my toenails, and you want to jerk off on him? That's a party. I won't tell if you won't tell. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what did you say about the toenails?
He would cut his toenails, then come on his feet, jerk off, and come on his feet. That's it.
Oh my goodness! Now your grandma didn't tell you about fellas like that, did she?
No.
I know a class act.
Nano would have
If
lost
you
her
really
mind
want
if
to
that
get
was-
sucked off proper, I know a class act. It'll cut your toenails for you too.
This motherfucker.
That was your bar mitzvah gift, right?
Oh my motherfucker told me he was meeting a gay guy one night. Because they just, what other country did you go?
What's wrong with it?
I want to get suck my dick or whatever. And some gay guy go, I'm 3 blocks away. Like, we can't do that.
Yeah.
Don't throw us in jail for doing that. If we just put out on, what's that app that people go on? Grind. No, the one for women too. Tinder. You go on Tinder, I'm just looking for somebody to suck my dick. Some chick isn't going to raise her hand. I'm in Cliffside. Come over. But gay guys, are like, who told me that? They were looking at somebody's.
I just coming here. Well, too, because Eric, we started. He was before me, but we were doing open mics together. Showed me Grindr. I was on the bus the other day. Coming here, this dude had Grindr open on the bus, which is crazy. And the message said, "I can't make it, but my boyfriend will be home in an hour and a half if you can make it here before then."
Oh my.
They live like doctors.
Oh my God! I just started sounding like the lady from Greece again. I'm like, oh my stars! I've never heard of someone getting sucked off that briskly. That is also like one of my other friends, I can't remember who it was a comic, but he was telling me that like they have like a Planet Fitness that they meet in like Midtown, and like they write on the back of the guy's ass, like there's just an ass waiting, like just in some sort of Planet Fitness bathroom. Also, you get a lot of time off if you have like 8 hours to get spent getting slammed to your Planet Fitness, and they just write like a line, you know what I mean? Like each person that fucks them gets like a Sharpie or something. They just write a leather. Yeah.
Them motherfuckers are crazy. You go to jail for that.
Yeah.
But they get away with it. They leave. They're happy.
They just put a little tip on like some website, just like, I don't know if it's Grindr or something, the next level of filth website. I don't know if they're just like, there's a waiting ass on the Planet Fitness.
But that's the thing about like it's not a big deal to them. Like Eric used to do it between open mics.
Wait, what do you do exactly?
What do they do?
No, not they. I mean, not all gay men collectively, but Eric.
Eric was my favorite. He used to call it taking a walk with his grinder. He would drive me home after I got too fucked up with Joey, and I'd be like, do you want me to call you an Uber? Thanks for driving me home. He goes, no, I'm going to go take a walk. And he would just text me at 6 in the morning that he had been out. Because it tells you literally, like, on every other app,
right.
It's like, hey, so-and-so is a few miles away or lives in New York. Grinder's like, hey, there's someone 18 feet away from you.
Oh my
and you can just message them right away. It's amazing.
And that's it. There's like...
Well, they have to say yes. But,
yeah. But no, Norman has a joke about this, about there's no guardrails. Like, so men can there's just two disgraceful people operating very quickly so they can get right to it. Yeah.
Fucking crazy. It's a
Yeah.
different world.
I can
He told
imagine.
me that he would take his victims to eat hot dogs. And I'm like, why hot dogs? You gotta get them ready.
Wait,
It was
I don't call them victims, though.
subconsciously, you gotta get them ready. They're sucking on a dog, and then you.
so the hot dogs are like prepping them for the dick? That's hilarious.
After that, I'm like, I wish I was.
No woman would ever come up with it. No woman would ever be like, I take them to have hamantaschen first. Then they can go down on me. Yeah, no woman would
I'm taking
ever.
all my dates to hot dog stands.
Now I'm just trying to think of what would be the prep food for
Jewish food?
no, for going down on for pussy.
A nice brisket would be nice before.
Brisket,
Yeah, brisket will get them. If you're black and they see that brown meat,
I keep wanting to do my grandma's voice again. Whenever I would want a man to eat me out, I would say, go have a taco first so it get used to the shape. All right,
And
let's
I
not
see
being so
You're
disgusting.
looking nervous over there.
Well, yeah, it's already fucking kicking
That's
in.
when you watch really fucking impression.
I'm looking nervous. I'm looking fucked up.
You're not getting
Wait, are you really fucked up right
Yeah,
now?
it's about to. Yeah.
It's about to is amazing. I could barely form that sentence. It's about to is
Yeah.
great.
That's pretty much, I'm feeling fine right now, but it's definitely kicking in.
All right,
I'm
relax.
ran my ass.
Lay back, relax.
Laid back.
It's gonna be all right.
Everything's gonna be fine.
I want you to be doing stand up now.
I think you're gonna be a star in show business.
I want you to be doing stand up.
Oh my God, at least 20 something years. Yeah, forever. Yeah.
Started in the city.
I moved to New York, like right after I graduated high school, and I started stand up pretty soon after. I moved with this guy in his band called Dick Sister, and then Dick Sister dumped me. I was like the Yoko Ono to Dick Sister. They really didn't want me around. I was on tour with them, which consisted of like 2 dive bars in Michigan or something. And he was like, "Yeah, you're bringing the band down. You got to beat it, kid." Yeah. So I think I was just cock blocking him. He knew he could get a wider stream of puss, so he kind of shed me. But then I was in New York, so I was like, and I never went to college or anything. So I was like, I'm gonna try stand up. I moved from Bethesda, Maryland.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. You're back from Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland.
I'm surprised you didn't bump into Ari down there.
Oh yeah, Ari's from Maryland. I always forget that. Yeah. He's.
Comedy in Bethesda.
What's that? You did?
Yeah.
Where did you do comedy in Bethesda?
Tyson's Corner.
Oh yeah, I know Tyson's Corner. We used to go to the mall there when I was a kid.
There was a comic from New York that moved there and ran a room on the weekends.
Mm-hmm.
For years, I forget what his name was. They finally closed it down. It was a hotel.
Right.
And then after we do the set there on Fridays, we would shoot headliners.
Was it a Holiday Inn? I feel like I might have heard about
That was the Holiday Inn.
Yes, I think it was one of the
Tyson's
first times I
Corner.
ever did stand up. It just bombed in front of my entire family. Yeah.
That's the
Like
place.
all my aunts was like, you know, when you accidentally make eye contact with one of your parents when you're bombing, and it's just so
Interesting.
horrifying.
They're
Yeah.
looking at you like, Jesus, you should have stuck with the piano.
It's even worse because like my parents are really open. So then if I do something sexual in front of them, it's particularly humiliating because it's like they're so encouraging. Like I think I was doing some joke about like a mediocre hand job when I accidentally made eye contact with my father, and he was like, "So very good, do you really?" I'd almost rather he's disgusted, but he's gently encouraging my terrible hand job joke.
Hand jobs are never good anyway.
Yeah.
After you 10, but once a hand job.
Nobody needs that. You're right. It's unnecessary.
It's unnecessary. Some guy was telling me, he's like, oh, because I still go to this massage place. They give great massages. If they're knock and tuck, whatever. I'm like, that's disgusting. They come on with that sticky hand, with that little that little Chinese hand. You have no idea. That's disgusting.
Handies, whatever your thing.
Look, they tried to give me a hand job in 1995 when I ran out of this place in Michigan.
Who was they?
They did the switch. I went to Michigan and my shoulder was hurt. So I saw massage. So I go in there. The chick at the door was fucking tremendous. I'm like, massage, yeah. $60. Okay, well, okay. I go in there and also they throw this DT. This chick looked like she got shot in Vietnam and fucking hit with a missile. It was fucking not good. And she came in like, hey, John, $40. Why would I give you another 40 on top of this? First of all, I didn't have it. I didn't really have the $40. So I started arguing with her. $2, $3. But no, I just didn't want a hand job.
Yeah.
Another move for fucking hand job. Do your thing.
Yeah. It does seem like an unnecessary step. Yeah. I mean, just either go all the way or that kind of. It's a fool's errand.
Who wants a fucking hand job when you're 30? You want it all, bitch. It's like one of those strip clubs. That's why I don't go to strip clubs.
Yeah.
Because they stop at one point. You go to Toronto, those fucking strippers are crazy. I know there's other places you could go to, but usually the girls that do that, you don't want them. It's like going to a new beach.
Right.
You go to a new beach, nobody's there that you want to see naked.
Yeah, there's a real supply and demand issue with the tits at a nude beach.
And they're free. Like, look at me, I'm at a nude beach. Nobody wants to see it.
Yeah, they're never the ones you're searching for at all.
The guys are skinny. They got no muscles. Their ass is dragging.
Sure.
Why would you take your pants off? I wouldn't take my pants off anywhere. I know what my little Cuban ass looks like.
I had a cousin that would always breastfeed, and she would breastfeed like in front of everybody, and like it's like, but it wasn't the tits you wanted to see. Like again, yeah. And also, she would have both out. Like you don't need the second tits. It feels very unnecessary.
Have you seen me do that on Instagram? Every once in a while, I tell you I'm scrolling for too long. There's people who breastfeed on Instagram and they don't take it down for some reason. No, it's disgusting.
I mean, at least one little.
But why does the nipple have to be out on Instagram?
Oh, those chicks are hookers. They're showing you your tits. Yeah, if you go on the back pages, they're always milking some of it, but they got pretty nice titties. You can't argue that. But listen, we got a lot of people like pregnant women. People love that shit.
Really?
Yeah.
With another guy's baby.
A lot of guys have a thing for pregnant women.
I don't fucking know.
That is disgusting.
Listen, I'll tell you what, when you see a woman who's pregnant, she's a lot fucking prettier.
Oh, she's beautiful.
It does. Cleans your skin up real nice, like ladies.
Yeah.
It's true.
Fucking ankles are a little thick. That's okay. You know what I'm saying? I ain't perfect.
I was covering it the entire time. Like I was dressing like B. Arthur the whole time I was pregnant, and then just trying not to dress it on stage. But then everybody knew when I told them. Yeah, it was like kind of the last. But I always felt like, I don't know. It's weird to do stand-up when pregnant. You know what I mean? It's a strange feeling because people just are distracted, and you can't be as much of an animal as usual. It's just a weird thing.
I like the Ali Wong special. The first
She was brilliant. Yeah.
She was really good on the first one. Done a bunch of women.
I do feel like Ali was incredible and Rosebud because they addressed it head on. Rosebud special is really, really funny. I feel like they addressed it head on. And I think at the time it had been uncharted territory for me. So I really didn't know how to,
Well, I've never seen a
But Ali's was brilliant. Now I kind of wish I could go back and not hide it because I'm like, oh, now that they cracked it open, why not?
Why did you feel like you had to hide it?
Well, at the time I had a pilot and they told me that they were going to be shooting the pilot. They basically had like a verbal agreement to buy the pilot and they were like, we're going to shoot. And then of course I got pregnant as soon as we sold the pilot. So I didn't want to I didn't think they were going to want to shoot me pregnant. And so I tried to hide it and just I just wore a lot of loose kind of menopausal capes, and it was ridiculous. And then I told them, and they were like, "Oh no, we'll shoot. We don't want to shoot you when you're pregnant, but we'll still buy it." I had a script deal, but I didn't have the pilot. They're like, "We'll still buy the pilot. We'll just buy it after you have the baby because we don't want to shoot you holding a, groceries or whatever, box of laundry or something." And then COVID happened, and so then the pilot never happened. Yeah, it was for Fox. Yeah, yeah. But I was I as the moment I sold it, I just went into, it was in the Fox building or whatever, and I just went to the bathroom and puked, and I was like, "I'm telling you, I'm pregnant." But we had just gone to check. We went to a fertility person to see if I could get pregnant, and they just said I couldn't. So the doctor said something like, "Oh, a lot of women, when they really want to be pregnant, they can sometimes imagine that they're." I'm like, no, I'm pregnant. Because I'd already had a miscarriage at that point, so I knew what it felt like. And I was like, no, I'm pregnant. But he just kept being like, "Oh, wouldn't that be nice, sugar tits? It's not an option for you. You're a little too old for that." But I could tell I was, yeah.
It's so crazy when you first start comedy, you hear people get deals and they come up with a sitcom, and you say to yourself, maybe that'll happen to me. Then it does. And then you realize what a pain in the ass it is, and how the stars really have to be aligned.
Yeah.
If not, it's not going nowhere.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Dog, I had 2 of those fucking deals. True. And one we're almost ready, and they're like, well, nah. Everything has to be aligned, because then they make you get a show creator. And everybody's got to like each other.
Yeah.
Usually they give you a deal for a year. You got to find the writer. That alone is 6 months. That alone took 5 months. You got to talk to different people, and you got to see what the fuck they've written. And you don't want to. If you're a dirty comic, I don't want to get it written by, what's a good show on? I don't know, some fag show on CBS or something. The one with the ghost. You ever see that show? CBS. Yeah, a show about ghosts. The show's been on for 4 years. Worst show I've ever seen in my fucking life.
I would love to see you on a ghost show. I would love to be in some kind of reality haunted house with you. Wouldn't that be so fun, Joey Diaz with ghosts?
No, I don't like.
I think you'd be funny with ghosts.
I don't like ghosts. I don't like midgets.
You don't care for that? The fact that you put midget after ghost is fascinating.
Oh, they're in the same world for him. They're not real.
Wait, do you believe in ghosts, or do you just not like them?
I believe them.
Yeah.
I see them.
Yeah, because we had a weird thing, because we bought this house, so this is my first house. My husband bought it with Bitcoin, and so we live in this Bitcoin house, and it's 100 years old. It was the only place we could buy a house, because it was the only place that they would take it. It's all cops and Foy is my neighborhood, not a Jew for miles. It's if the 9/11 Memorial Gift Shop were a neighborhood, that's where I live. But they were like, it's the only place they would take Bitcoin, because there was a bank there that would do it or whatever, So we live in this 200-year, I don't know, it's a really old house. And when we first came to the house, they had the Victorian outfits were laid on the ground, when we went to go look at the house, and it was a little baby's Victorian dress. It was disturbing. A weird thing to leave out, right?
Yeah, that's a terrifying thing. That's like a voodoo thing.
Yeah, and they were kind of these Victorian nightgown, and I was like, wasn't that strange, And then, and I just kept thinking about it. But then we got the house, and then later on, I don't know if I should be talking about this, but fuck it, I'm talking about it. But later on, so one day I was out doing a club, and I looked on the cameras in the backyard, and Pete was grilling in the backyard, and my daughter was playing next to him. And then it's a live feed, and next to her, I saw this little girl. I don't want to sound insane, but I saw a little girl with long braids who was really pale. And so I called Pete, and I'm like, but I didn't see it I saw a vision. I just saw it clear as day. So I called Pete. I was like, who's the little pale girl next to Frankie playing with? Who's playing with Frankie? And he's like, there's nobody there. And I was like, what do you mean? There's a little girl there, I see her. And then I went back in the footage later, and I didn't see her. I wasn't high. I wasn't on anything. And then later on, when he was at the firehouse, I'd hear these really loud sounds at night. And the lady that owned the house told me, if you ever hear anything weird, call me, So I called her, and I was like, oh, I hear these loud sounds. And she was like, I was thinking you were going to call. It was like an old horror movie. She's like, my my brother died on the way back to the house, and he was hit by a car. And ever since then, he used to play with his dog in the kitchen, and there would be loud banging sounds. And then she said her sister, also who passed in the house, but I guess after a certain period of time, you don't have to tell anybody. It's like a certain amount of time goes by. What's that?
You have to hold it a secret that somebody died in your basement.
I think there's like.
Why is there a statute of limitations on this? I want to know.
What is it?
Listen, Shroomy boy, relax.
He doesn't know anything. He has no idea what planet he's on. He's just rocking. I love that he's just kind of like rocking back and forth.
Well, this fucking pillow is getting in my way, but I don't want to. Yeah. Why is there a statute of limitations? I'd want to know if someone died in my house.
No, so do I. But my mother bought a house in '73, and the people didn't tell us that the husband fucking hung himself in the garage 4 or 5 years earlier. So it was the same shit. I used to hear that motherfucker come up the stairs at night.
It was terrifying me because he'd be at the firehouse and I could hear things on the stairs and like.
In the 6th grade, I moved out of my house. I told my mother, I'm not living with these fucking spirits.
What would your mom do with the spirits? Did she try to clean them out? Because I was like,
they burn
sage and stuff.
They lived there.
Because I asked somebody for what I should do, and they said holy water. So I was like, I don't know. I'm like a Jew. I don't know how you get holy water. But so I had to ask a Catholic to get me the holy water. Will they give holy water to a Jew? Tell me the truth.
Yeah.
They will? Okay.
You just go to church.
You just be like, I am Rachel.
You just go to church with the cup and the water and put the lid on. I don't know what the fuck.
Really? Oh, so there's just like a little bath there?
Yeah,
I know nothing.
The priest blesses it every day. That's
Yeah.
bullshit, too. That ain't no holy water. It's fucking...
Really, it's just anything.
I mean, these fucking priests...
That's where they get it. You just dip your, like a sponge or something? I didn't know that.
Freaking out right now, yelling stuff at it. You don't just
When you go to church, you have to, like, do it and then the sign of the cross.
This one, I always mess up when I try it.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't be...
Such an idiot. But there's a second one, right? Isn't there this one?
Yeah. Down
that one's cool looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a quick one.
Yeah.
That's for, like, Catholics in a rush.
Yeah.
We ain't got time to fucking,
I wanted to be Catholic so bad when I was
It's overrated.
It just seems so
Yankees.
cool.
It does seem
Really?
cool.
Yes,
Doesn't it seem
they're
cool?
overrated.
Being Christian, being all like
Yeah.
Christian is so much better than Jewish. It looks better, but A, Christmas is better. B, did you ever have to like go to like the high holidays when everyone else had the day off from school?
Yes, it was.
The microphone's gone. Sorry.
I love how many times you've had to do it for me. I just look such a dumb hole right now. Like all the men have to help me with the microphone. I'm like, how did you?
But no, it's not fun being Jewish. And now it's fucking.
Yeah, now it's
mad at
getting
you
a
for
little
being
dicey.
Jewish.
But I will say, Catholics. Yeah, they give you a hard time. I get the craziest DMs. I'll be like, I swear to God, I'll just be promoting a show, and somebody called me an oven magnet. I'm like, can a Jew promote a show in Tampa? Not be being called a goddamn oven magnet? Also, oven magnet is, I guess it's just some derogatory term for Jews, but it's particularly hilarious because it's like this person's obviously not a Holocaust denier because they acknowledge that we went to the ovens, but like by calling us oven magnets, they're kind of acting like we just couldn't get enough of the ovens, like we just gravitated towards them or something. Oven magnet is the dumbest thing I've ever.
We were eating at dinner. We were eating dinner like the first night Saturday. We were talking about something, the Jews came up. I told my daughter, I go, listen, in my world, when I read that, I still remember being like, the 5th grade, 6th grade, we hear about the Holocaust, and it bothered me. Like, it just bothered me. Then I think about the American Indian, what they did to them. And that's why I told my daughter, I go, listen, in my world, the Indians could do whatever the fuck they want, and the Jews could do whatever the fuck they want. They could shoot as many people, Hamas, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, go. Because they got thrown through wolves. And for years, I was like, nobody stuck up to them. Nobody went over there with a fucking missile and dropped it on a fucking German. What the fuck was going on?
Oh, yeah, nobody did
That
go.
is the
Did nobody
sickest
drop
thing.
them?
I have never done I'll torture him with Auschwitz jokes and shit. But on stage, I won't make an Auschwitz joke and I won't make an abortion joke.
Right.
Two things.
Why
everything.
abortion? What is it about abortion that makes you just think you don't want to do it? Yeah.
You're going to cringe a woman, Maybe she had an abortion. She hooked up with a Chinese guy with one leg and she's,
I was like so touched and that was a hilarious thing to follow up with. I was like, I have a sensitivity.
That was just for me. That was just...
Sure, that was your line of what you had felt uncomfortable with.
Not
Yeah.
an abortion joke. I make fun of Catholics all day. no abortion jokes, and no Holocaust joke. It's just.
Do you know what I was jealous of with Catholics confessing? Like I was just like, it seems so satisfying to just go and confess everything, and then you're just done with it. Did you like confessing, or was it like?
Yeah, but if I know what I know now, I go in there and make up shit. You know what I'm saying? Like to really get them going. I killed 2 people in the fucking 7th grade last week just to make them read the paper and shit. Like you gotta lie to the motherfucker. As I got older, I'm like, I never did that as a kid because I was always very. When I was a kid, I believed in it.
Yeah.
I go in there and tell them, I shoplift. You don't listen to your mother. You look for the Playboy magazine or something.
Would you have like your worst thing you did, but then you would just say, like, would you say the real things that you did, or would you have like? I heard that Catholics have like they have like the foil thing they say, and not the real stuff. So yeah, instead of saying I killed a prostitute, they're just like I didn't listen to my mom or something.
I was pretty honest with the guy.
Yeah.
And then one day I'm like, fuck him. What I gotta tell him my shit for? You better tell me some fucking stories of what you did, and then I'll tell you where the fuck I'm coming
That's
from.
a good point, actually.
After a while, I was like, why am I? And then now I'm like, fuck, I wish I'd go in there now and tell him, like, listen, I'm the one that's killing all the women in New York City.
That is the funniest idea ever. And that would be a great sketch to just go in and start admitting to different murders.
That would be a great
Just like, yeah, I
podcast.
killed a few pros, I killed a few co-eds, but besides that, it's been a solid week.
Yeah, just tell him. Let's test his moral fucking whatever. Let's see if he fucking watches and calls 911.
But it just seems like a very cleansing and neat thing. And I hear a lot of Catholics, they have bad memories associated with confessing, but for me it was like I used to make my brother hold up the sheet and stuff, and so I would confess in between. It just seemed like very satisfying. You just get rid of everything bad you did and start all over again with more filth the following week, right?
Well, that's what but there wasn't that much shit to tell at that age. There wasn't much when I was really into it.
But aren't you supposed to say like I took the Lord's name in vain? Like that's, and now you're talking about murders.
That's every day. That's why the goddamn or something like that. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
No, I was never really. I just took it as I was raised really Catholic. Like that's what. But to a certain age, it still fucks with me.
Like the guilt.
Fucks with me to a certain age.
Yeah.
And then Cuba is a Catholic fucking country. So like Thursday nights when most kids, what's that week? Holy Week. My week ended on Wednesday. Thursday, there's no music, there's no TV. Friday, there's no music, there's no TV till fucking Saturday.
Wait, this is just like the Jews. Yeah.
No TV, no music. Though. That's torture when
Yeah.
you're ready. You're like, fuck Jesus.
No,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? I'm missing Batman like a motherfucker because Jesus died. That's how it is.
Well, you went to boarding school.
Yeah. I went to
Boarding school.
Yeah.
Was that traumatizing?
Traumatizing.
Like the boarding school sounds terrifying to me.
If it was just regular boarding school, like military or something, it wouldn't have been so bad.
Do you think that if you didn't go to boarding school, I mean, obviously you're incredible comic, but do you think if you didn't go to boarding school, you would have been traumatized enough to be a comic?
I would have been traumatized by just the life we were living. That's why my mom put me in boarding school. So I have to see the shit that those animals were fucking living through.
So she did it to protect you.
Yeah, because there was a lot of shit going on there. So when I came out, then I still stuck to the rules. But once I smoked pot, I'm like, sorry, God, it ain't gonna work. I listened to your book, I read it. I'm the type of guy that if I go to church, even now, I look at the 12 stations of the cross, I get really sad. Like I'll cry in church. And I like wipe a tear. That's why I couldn't get high and go to church because I get so fucking depressed.
Yeah.
Church is seeing the 12 sides. Please stop yawning, goddamn.
Am I yawning? I'm about to puke.
Are you?
Are you really?
I'm okay.
There was 2 little grams of mushrooms.
That's not in the middle of the
No, I won't make
Let's
it.
have a little bucket.
Yeah, have some water.
I'm
Have
good.
some water. No, you need to drink. You're not drinking enough. Have some water and have like an Advil or something. And you need a little snack, like a bar or something. I don't know. You need a little
Buying
something.
bullshit. He was happy eating meatball, jumping up and down. It was really weird how it was just traumatizing how the nuns treated us. Like that wouldn't have been accepted today. And somebody, like it was the 70s.
Yeah.
That's what your parents wanted. The nun to bat you in the head and make sure you ate all your string beans. I fucking hated string beans. So they would beat me for that, for not eating string beans. Like, what the fuck?
Can you imagine?
Like,
I
what
mean,
the
what
fuck?
level of heightened twat do you have to be to beat a kid for not eating string
And they
beans?
fucking turn that ring around and give you backhangers and shit.
Oh my
So,
god.
yeah, it was not fucking. Now I go to church and it's like, it ain't even the same church I grew up in. They got a gay singer. What the fuck?
Do you,
8 in the morning with a scarf around his neck.
when you,
What the fuck is he doing singing?
what are the, wait, you don't want the gay guy to sing?
I don't know if he's singing, but what's he doing here at 7 in the morning? He should be somewhere stitching up his asshole from the night before. If he's a real gay guy, you know, he should be there with the St. Bernard.
If he's real, it's amazing. But what are the stations? I know I should know these things, but what are the stations?
Like, it's like what happened on Thursday. They came together, and then they take him to the judge. Pontius judged him.
Oh, I thought it was like levels of sin. How dumb is that? I thought it was like, oh, when you get a hand job, that's like the first station.
Well, they don't tell us. Like I was telling Joey last week, it was what's the before Easter with the on the forehead?
Yeah.
Ash Wednesday. I grew up in Massachusetts and around a lot of Catholics, but they didn't take off from school to do it. I'm Jewish. I went to school in Boston. I was 19 years old before I was walking around being like, why does everyone have dirty stuff on their head?
I would think that too. I didn't know. One time I got a babysitter and she was very religious and she was like, oh, do you mind if I give your kid she was going to bring my kid to church and it was Ash Wednesday and I was like, and she
Miss Aquarius.
Schmutz on my girl.
Oh yeah, I'm ready for you. You ready? All right. How many we play? What are you saying? It's about 2:00? Oh, you have thunderstorms. Well, we got to protect you. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. All right. How about this? We play until you win one and I win one. Excellent. Get something. All right. Get it. Come on. Boo. Get it. Oh, I got him. Very fortunate. All but one. All but one. Get it. Thank you. Ooh. All but you got him. Good spare. You're welcome. Boo. Get him. Oh, boo. Yes, ma'am. Nice strike. Big comeback. Get another one. 2 in a row. Unstoppable. Get another one. 3 in a row. Miss Aquarius. That's known as a turkey. Well, no one's touching you today. No, you got the win. That that was the best. That's right. That was wonderful. That was a privilege just for us. Absolutely. Probably would have more. Get it. Wow, you're playing lights out. There we go. Get these. Get it. 2 in a row. Get it. Get them. Oh, bad, bad, bad. I believe I did badly. 2 strikes and then a gutter ball. Boo. Get it. Get it. Boo. Get it. Get it. All but one. Absolutely. Alrighty, Miss Aquarius. That was fun. I'm here to protect you from all the lightning and thunder. So feel free to get comfortable. And if you need anything, I'm here for you, okay? Sounds like a plan, Stan. Sweet dreams.
Yeah. She was like, I didn't, but also I kind of feel like that's a second question. I was like, sure, you could bring her to church, but she didn't ask if she could schmutz or put schmutz on her. But she did. But it's okay because I like
part of the whole
Catholics.
fucking deal.
Yeah.
I believed, I really do. And today I really believe because who else would give me a fucking baby at 50 years old?
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just to get everything out. Like, when I sit there and look at it, I go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This just didn't come from the.
Well,
Somebody knew I was hurt.
yeah.
So, boom.
And then did you feel like you started over when you had the baby? Like your life?
No, I go to church now and I'm like, I ain't doing this shit. Fuck you.
Look at me, Diane Sawyer over here with my dumb question. Did you feel like that was a turning over? Like, shut up. Yeah, it's like I didn't go to college, and look at me interviewing him. Like, and was that your pivotal?
There's so many things that bother me about churches because they're not even real.
Yeah.
And my wife said something. She goes, one day your daughter got sick at church. Nobody turned to help her. And I'm like, fuck that place. I'm not going back there again.
Yeah, no, that's
But she even tried her religion, that country shit. You know, they stand around. I don't fucking know. And she was like, those people are fucking weird too. It's not
wait, like Quaker? What country? Oh, like Baptist, S7, oh, the talking in tongues and all that.
Lady gets a heart attack, like, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
No, that is hilarious. The talking in tongues stuff is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Do you think that when people are doing that, like that they're fully experiencing it, like that, or they think they are, or do you think people go in there and just like fake it to get people off their backs?
They fake it. It's like
right.
When you see people healed, and also the guy's playing the drums. He's been in all 9 years in a coma, and all of a sudden this fucking charlatan comes over, hits him with the Bible, but that gets up, and he's singing dance tunes and shit.
It also just seems like exhausting. Like it's exhausting enough to have to get up and sit down. I don't know if that's true in church and temple, right? We always have to stand up and sit down. That enough is annoying enough. Imagine if you had to just go around like chirping and screaming and all manner of nonsense.
What Jesus would want a fucking fat nun to smack a kid?
Yeah, no.
Like I started thinking like that. Like, what Jesus? Jesus told you could smack me, you little fat fucking.
No, that's insane. Is your wife religious?
She was.
Also, I feel like there's a difference between church and religion. Like, I feel like there is, I mean, I do think a lot of the evil shit happens.
I was a little turned off at the church, and I got to be honest with you. I was like, you know what am I going to do? And I go, you know what? I don't know if you know this. You're Catholic, right? If you don't go to church on Sundays, it's a mortal sin. And if you kill your wife, it's a mortal sin. And I mean, like, there were so many gaps in it that I didn't like. Like, we got to rewrite this motherfucker.
Yeah, and it's the same level of sin as missing church and killing your wife.
Like, now the church says you don't have to eat fish on Friday. I don't give a shit up for that because I don't know how I'm going to feel tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I won't eat fish the whole Lent. How's that? We'll make a deal. I'll eat fish on Fridays. I'll make sure I'll just eat fish on Fridays. That's the most I can give you. But for me to say, I'm giving up chocolate, I'm giving up espresso martinis. Nah. I don't even drink espresso martinis.
I was going to say.
You want to keep your options open.